Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Morning, everybody. Such a weird time for a session on a Saturday morning, but welcome for the people who made an effort to attend, and welcome for the people who are on the live stream. And even though we're on a weekend, we'll try to make this session enjoyable. So our topic today is innovation. We'll go through some innovative examples and models. And maybe it's good to say that innovation in the area of technology, especially related to sustainability, water, agriculture, and environment, is quite a challenging thing. Simply because an idea has to be implemented on the field in able to be tested and scaled, rather than being tested on a laptop, like the case with tech innovation. So we'll take you to examples, but let me start with a little bit of an introduction about I'mar. I am Khalid Al-Uthman, president of I'mar Engineering Consultants, established 30 years ago, 1993, so we represent 31 years of experience. Can we have the presentation, please? I'mar established in 1993, a multidisciplinary architecture, engineering, environmental consultants, providing services in Saudi Arabia and some places abroad. We provide services in environmental consultancy studies, strategy development, architecture engineering, site supervision, project planning, and management and GIS services. Mission and vision statements, you'll find them on the website, but we embrace innovation and the extra mile aspects. We depend heavily on collaborations, and you'll see later that we work with a group of international and local partners. Collaboration is the key to being able to deliver, and we also embrace innovation as a solution provider to solving problems and challenges. Sustainability in the core belief of our values, and we aspire to make a local impact. Some of our major clients and achievements, mainly in the landscape and environment arena, we were privileged of developing the strategic master plan for the 10 billion trees with the Saudi Green Initiative and Ministry of MEWA and the National Center for Vegetation Cover. Also got the chance to work with Neom on rapid ecology assessment for the baseline survey. Worked with the Al-Ula authority, with the IUCN, also doing some environmental studies, and we work with the Riyadh municipality and Ministry of Municipal and Housing for some landscape and environmental activities. We are proud to have achieved diverse experience in various fields, backed by a qualified team in different disciplines, backed by a network of global partnerships, and creating a local content that creates a local impact. Our experience is mainly around environment, the projects that we deliver, the environment, real estate, entertainment, and aviation, also airport projects, industrial projects, retail, landscape, office buildings, and accommodation, of course, with the government buildings. As I said, our backbone is a qualified team with excellence in environment activities, engineering, project management, and GIS. Network, as I said, network of international and local partners to provide collective and holistic services for our projects. Achieved 50% Saudization, not only on the general workforce portfolio, but also in technical capacities. Achieved tens of projects, achieved 40% localization, and trained and cope with tens of projects. This session will focus, as I said, the topic is innovation. I skimmed quickly over the first presentation, but we'll talk mainly about solutions, innovative solutions related to GIS solutions for afforestation, and innovative solutions related to grey water management, especially for the urban area. And then we'll talk about a model for scaling up innovation, something that we have been advocating for some time for now. I'll start with Engineer Ahmed, Dr. Ahmed Salah. Dr. Ahmed Salah will speak about the role of GIS in water management. Dr. Ahmed is an international water resource engineering and geospatial tools expert for about 30 years. I said 30 because that resembles with our experience. And an integrated experience in integrated water resources, GIS, remote sensing, and asset management, with experience, global experience in the United States, Middle East, and Africa. Dr. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Next presentation, please.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. While we get the presentation going, I think Engineer Khalid was just talking about having an entertaining session. So I don't know if we start the dance here or what do we do on Saturday morning, but we'll keep the dance for later. We'll focus today on artificial intelligence and geospatial technologies for environmental management in arid areas. Like Engineer Khalid introduced, we're proud partners of Ahmad here, and we've been privileged to work on the greening of Saudi Arabia. I'll just dive straight into the topic today, and we'll basically, how is Internet of Things and AI-enabled technologies are helping combating desertification. We'll go briefly here through some topics, but I will share some examples with everybody here in a little bit. So, remote sensing, basically for those of us that have used that, we're using spectral and spatial pattern recognition to monitor vegetation and soil degradation in general. Where the Internet of Things, or the sensors on the ground, the boots on the ground, if you will integrate real-time data collection for water, environmental management, and even climate monitoring. The environmental mapping aspect here helps conducting assessments. I think Engineer Khalid had introduced a couple of projects that we've used environmental mapping to conduct assessments for fauna, flora, and land quality for sustainable planning. AI tools, again, AI is a big word. There's a lot of applications for that. We will share some examples here, but if anybody's interested, would love to share some thoughts. We were planning on doing a demo, but we will not be able to do a demo of a software here, but if anybody is interested, we'll be more than happy to show you a demo on the laptop here. So again, machine learning, deep learning, and AI models, we've heard about these all along. We'll show you some examples here in a little bit. Spatio-temporal modeling, big word, basically means space and time. That's basically what it means. So understanding the relationship between features on the ground in space and time. That's basically what this big word means. Again, as a quick examples, which we've done about, I want to say about 15 years ago, just to take you through a journey of the application of remote sensing and artificial intelligence. We used the background of the conference, but how many trees do we have here? Can somebody tell? Let's start counting one by one. Let's go, but clicker and click. And especially if you go in some parts of the world here, and specifically here in Saudi, where especially in the east part, there's 25,000 farms of this. So how do you go about counting the amount of water that is needed? We can go individually as a big team here. We go and with a clicker and click one by one and count, or use remote sensing technologies to pattern recognition, and I'm talking about geometric, spatial, and spectral pattern recognition to do that. And we've done that, again, with pretty decent accuracy. Again, that was 15 years ago. Moving forward, kind of irrelevant somehow, this is how, again, entertainment for Saturday morning. This is how humans sweat, and when we sweat, our temperature goes down. Similarly, the leaves do that. The evapotranspiration, again, for a similar pattern, they do the same thing. They sweat, and when they sweat, their temperature goes down. Okay, this is great. What does this mean? Look at a field, okay, whether that's an agricultural field or environmental management, and see which pixel, which area is sweating more, which pixel is producing more evapotranspiration, which pixel is healthier than the other. So again, this is example that would show if we use remote sensing technologies and look at some thermal bands to detect the temperature of the surface of the Earth, we can get a pretty good picture, pretty decent picture on the biomass. Multispectral analysis, as you can see, I don't know if we have a laser pointer here, but if you can see the field, this is on the all around except those images here, the blue and red. You can see some green and some yellowish, and what does this even mean? What does this mean from a manager who wants to see the health of this field, as whether it's agriculture, again, or forest, or any green leaves, if you will. So again, looking at this from a multispectral analysis, not the red, green, blue. What we can see with our eyes is what you see on the background image there, was the people, the farmers in the background. This is the red, green, blue that our eyes can see. But beyond that, the multispectral analysis can show us how healthy the plants are. Shifting gears a little bit to maybe some GIS tools instead of just remote sensing. And geospatial is a big word that basically means remote sensing and GIS. So the optimization of the resources. We live in a great world, but the resources are getting more limited and limited, and water and food. So what is the right amount of water to irrigate a plant? If we're going counterclockwise, if you go counterclockwise with me here. So what is the right amount of water, and what is the right location for what plant at what right time and the right species? So again, the optimization, selection of the right amount of water. And I'll take maybe a quick example here, or a minute to say, the right amount of water is what I apply for irrigation. But what about rainfall? If I get rainfall tomorrow, and I think our colleague here will maybe talk about that in a little bit, but if there's a prediction, if the plant take a liter of water, a tree, let's say 1 liter of water a day, and there's a forecast of 0.2 liter of water tomorrow, do I need to irrigate a liter? No, I need to put in 0.8, so that way I'm not just saving the 0.2 liter, but I'm also saving the pumping cost for that. I'm saving a lot of electricity. So again, the right amount of water is critical. We've seen this, you've seen it all over the place. There are different applications, mobile applications that are native and localized, native to the device and localized to the area, the device being Windows, Apple, or Android. But again, with different languages that would help use and monitor, again, the performance of a field, whether that's agriculture or, again, forestry. So as we continue our journey here of what is the future and how is that helping us combat desertification. So integrating more IoT and expanding the use of smart sensors. I haven't maybe gone a lot in the area here in the exposition, but there's a lot of vendors that would actually sell and produce some sensors, whether that's environmental, whether it's soil, whether it's plant. Some of them would actually detect the pests and disease on palm trees or any other tree. So again, integrating this, because this is what's on the ground, and then we can see something from the satellite so we can calibrate what we can get. So a lot more integration. We see this, I don't want to say day by day, but maybe a week by week, a lot of integration of these smart sensors, which is, we don't have to put it, if I have a farm with 10,000 trees, I don't have to put a sensor on every single one of them because that's costly. So again, optimizing, back to that slide that we were talking about, optimizing the location of these sensors to give us reliable information, okay? Advancing more AI models, as you can see here, calibration. We say all models are wrong, some are useful. So we can model, I can detect the number of trees or palm trees with remote sensing, great, and I will get a big number, but is this real? How accurate is that? If I don't calibrate that model, it's not accurate. And remember, remote sensing is sensing remotely. So it's far, if I don't calibrate on the ground, that means little. More and more innovative technologies for predictive modeling. Knowing the past is one thing, knowing today is one thing, but what is the future? What is the yield? How are we monitoring these trees or shrubs or bushes as we plant them? Because if we don't monitor that, so if we don't look into the future, predictive modeling in this case, and advanced data visualization, we managers and operators at the same time, we won't be able to put the right decisions. Looking at time here, again, global collaborations, we see a lot more of these websites and web mapping services that would show, and international organizations that would show some data that we can consume and use for our local services. And of course, more and more training is going on. We'll go through some quick examples here of tree irrigation from a project that we've worked with Amar. As you can see here, again, it's an example of estimating the irrigation requirements throughout an area. Okay, so that's just an example, high to low and a histogram. So okay, that's an example of using that. Detecting change over time. What happened last year and what is happening this year, and what does this mean in terms of greenery, if you will. Again, going through time here. Another example is environmental indicators. What you're seeing on the right-hand side here is aerosols. This is, again, from satellite. This is data that is widely available that we can analyze to produce an index like this. Again, this is just an example. On the left-hand side here is potential dust storms at one given day, okay? So again, satellite imagery would give us the raw data, and then we post-process it, and we get indices like this that would help us from a day to day. Another key things that help environmental management is invasive species. How do we actually map invasive species? Like all of us here in this room, each plant, I would say each material on the ground has a signature of some sort, like your We call it spectral signature. So with that spectral signature, we can actually map invasive species here, as you can see. But how do we do that? Again, as you can see on the right-hand side, we do classification, pattern. Those of us who are familiar with GIS, some GIS terms, so supervised classification, pattern recognition, and deep learning with AI. Again, a map like this or an area classification like this is great. How accurate is this? Is this 90% accurate? Is it 80% accurate? As we do more and more calibration, if I stay here long enough, I would say the word calibration maybe 100 times. So calibration is very important to doing all of this mapping. Another biomass, another example of using remote sensing, again, raw data, and we can process. This is the same area, as you can see, between 2018 and 2024, and you can see the green is a lot more biomass in 2024. That helps us see, and if you do side by side, it's easy for visual interpretation, but again, the change detection maps can actually overlay the two, and then you can see where exactly has changed in a positive direction and where in the negative direction. On a tree risk management, again, risk management from an environmental perspective, as you can see, we map, we model, and then we manage. This is great as far as mapping. So again, space and time, like we talked about, the modeling. Okay, what is current condition? What could happen based on different agrometeorological factors? Management. Okay, if we already detect an infested location, what's next? How do I manage that? So the response. And usually people think about that in the three phases. If you talk to any farmer or any environmental manager, they would want to detect as early as possible. And then with that, again, there are technologies for sensors that would actually detect some disease right at the very early stages. There you can actually manage that. Whether, again, this is not remote sensing that we do, but we map this for the managers to go do their management action, if you will, whether it's containment or eradication or whatever the management action is. And then with the recurring satellite images, as some of us may know that, you know, if we get a picture of satellite or an image of satellite that's today, okay, I want to see it tomorrow. Well, some satellites you get the recurrence interval of a day or a week. It used to be 2 weeks, but now some of the satellites would actually have 2 images of the same location on the same day, which is very helpful for environmental managers. So you map it, you detect it, and then whatever the eradication method that you're using, you monitor that, then you see how impactful your method is. Drones is obviously used here for mapping, but also for application of pesticides. The geospatial tools would actually design the flight path. So we don't apply it randomly, we apply to the infected area for obvious reasons. And effective field work, again, nothing would replace people on the ground. It would never happen. Technology can go as fast as it gets, but nothing would replace the field work and using mobile application like we've discussed. And this is a software demo that we will not be able to do. If you are interested, I'll be more than happy to take you aside and just do a software demo. That's it. Any questions? Easy crowd.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Next is something that at least me and Dr. Weil are proud of. It's something that I've been seeking to scale up over the last 10 years. A very interesting model, and for people who want to see it physically, they can visit the Morouj Pavilion in Hall 2. Grey water utilization, something that a lot of people have been talking about, but we have something interesting to show here. So I call Dr. Wael to the stage. Dr. Wael is Head of Environmental Services and A'mar Engineering Consultants, and I've been overseeing the scientific research activities in the 10 billion trees mandate. Dr. Wael is a professor of environment and energy and spent some interesting 12 years in Osaka, Japan. Dr. Wael, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid. Actually, it's very hard to give a presentation after the fabulous presentation from Dr. Ahmed coming from the sky. So we will come down to the earth, and I'm going to talk about one of the major output of the strategy for the green KSA. I'm going to speak about a story, a journey for grey water treatment system for urban greening in KSA, mosques, schools, administrative and residential buildings, a story of technology transfer. So let me first start by my agenda. I'm going to speak why urban greening, what about grey water, phases of the proposed treatment system development, benchmarking for implementing treatment units. We start in Egypt 10 years ago, and recently, this year, we transferred the whole journey again to KSA, and we implemented some of the units at the suburban level in KSA with a total technology transfer story. Let me first answer the first question, why urban forestry a necessity or a luxury? We had a very simple experiment. You can do it by yourself. For any planted streets, just dig a very small thermometer and you can measure the temperature and just go to another street without greening, without trees. You will see the difference. As you can see, it is almost 15-degree differences. This is actually fabulous and very easy to be done. It just need willing. So if we are talking about how green changed the life of the people, we can speak for a couple of hours. But just for this symbol, it is enough to show these symbol photos to see the difference between a greening and non-greening places. So before starting about grey water, I will just go back again to the 10 billion trees. For the 10 billion trees project, we spent almost 2 years with eminent scientists all over the world, more than 42 scientists, studying how to resolve and to answer the main question from where we are going to get the water enough to plant 10 billion trees. And as in the strategy, it is destined to plant almost, or plan to plant almost 400 million trees in the period of the vision 2030. So by simple calculation, I'm not going to go in a very detailed calculation. If we consider that, for example, one tree can take from 5 liters to maximum, I'm not counting the precipitation. I'm just relying on the treated wastewater for the 2 billion treated wastewater every year. Of course, nowadays, the recycling ratio is not exceeding 25%, but through the vision, it will be reach more than 80% or higher. So this is from where we came from. Now, I would like to distinguish between two different terminologies. The wastewater, which could be classified into black and gray. If we look to the municipal water classification, we will have a fresh water, whether it is coming from groundwater or desalinated water, but it's fresh. And the definition of fresh, it means that the salinity is less than 500 milligram per liter. And of course, free of any microorganisms and other minerals. But when you are using this water, actually we'll have two different kinds of water. The water that already mixed with the human, I don't have the word, the black water, it's that coming from the human waste. And that are not mixed with that, I mean from the toilet. So, or other water like pollution, cleaning, dishwashing, clothes washing, all this are considered as a gray water. Why gray? As you can see the color, it's actually like a gray. You can see this in the pavilion and in the other pavilion for Morouge. We have a demonstrating unit. You can see the difference between, gray and the black. So, let us see how is the percent of this gray water from the total wastewater treatment and why we have to separate them and treat it separately. As you can see, the black water represents 25% and the gray water is representing 75%. But 25%, if are being mixed to the 75%, I will have a very high cost of capital investment for building a facility for treating wastewater and very high cost for the running cost. Just to give an example, for gray water recycling system, it is only 30% as a capex and 10% as OPEX. So how much can we save both in terms of energy and the money if we separated black water from a gray water? And the utilization of gray water, we can use it in a different applications like car washing, flushing restroom again, or irrigation, which this is one of our main target today. To go with you through the history to see how we developed an effective gray water system could work efficiently in our environment. In Egypt and Gulf area, which is, distinguished by their desert environment. We had to make a theoretical and laboratory study, which included field test pilot units, and we published one book. This is almost 10 years ago. This book collectively studied all the available technologies and treatment, and we are updating this book year by year under the name Gray Water Recycling Option and Technology. Based on the deployment of a pilot project, it was clearly proven that the chosen system is very effectively, cost effectively, it will work with no chemicals, it will be based only in what's so-called the ultrafiltration systems, start by micro, macro, micro, and end by ultrafiltration system and UV treatment. Based on the successful result, it was agreed to use the ultrafiltration-based system developed by R&D company in Egypt. This was due to the following merits: no chemicals, lowest maintenance, lowest cost per cubic meter, lowest environmental footprint, and less space per cubic meter of treated water. You will be impressed by the footprint of these treatment units. The component of the entire system started by making a raw gray water tank, and installed it with a pump for transferring the water from the collecting tank, going to the treatment units, and then the treated water will go directly for treated gray water tank and will go for use according to your applications, irrigation, washing for cars or other different applications. This is a true implemented system at the very early beginning of this journey in one of the school. As you can see, very simple. We just separated the gray from the black, and we collected the gray water into a gray water tank. Then this is the unit. This unit is totally enough for one school operating 12,000 liters a day in this footprints. So you can imagine how it is effective. And no need for chemicals. And at the end of the presentation, I will show you the cost of the treatment based in KSA here. After this success, we deployed maybe hundreds in these units in different places, in mosques, in schools, in Egypt. And we took this to the very high level, to the government, to have a very large scale application. So these are different units. By the way, these units at the left-hand side, this is educational unit, similar to the one that you will see at Muruj booth. It is for educating the young and children, what about the gray water system, how does it work, and the difference between gray water. It is talkable, it's an interactive unit. We moved to a very large step to install and implement the largest gray water treatment system, up to my knowledge, in the world. I'm not sure, maybe during these days something happened, but up to my knowledge, this is the largest one in a suburban in Hurghada in Egypt. It was a very big neighborhoods containing 25 buildings and 25 villas. And these units, as you can see, this is the footprint of the whole system. It is for treating 450,000 liters per day. So this is, up to my knowledge, the largest one, the very large scale. As you can see, it doesn't need any biological treatments. It's just based on physical treatment, mainly in ultrafiltration and the other know-how processes. Now I will show you a video showing you the whole story up to today and the deployment or technology transfer to KSA. Can I ask the, it will work? This is the start, almost 10 years ago. Started by design. And I mean, telling the people the story, why we have to trade gray water treatment.
هي كل مياه لم تختلط بمياه الصرف الصحي اللي تم استخدامها داخل المنازل أو المنشآت الحكومية أو المدارس أو الجوامع. بإعادة استخدام هذه المياه بعد معالجتها يمكن توفير أكثر من 7 ل 8 مليار متر مكعب.
7 to 8 million of water, this is in Egypt, could be saved utilizing this gray water treatment system. This is at the very early beginning when we used, even at the early beginning, we used what is available, the most recent technology at that time. And you will see when we came jointly with Amar to invade or to provide the Saudian market, we even went to a very higher step of machinery and equipment. So all these are examples for the deployed gray water system. And as I just mentioned, we ended by implemented the largest gray water treatment system, at least in the region. Now, by joint forces, Amar and R&D Tech, we start to have a new edge. We implemented what's so-called Gray Guard as a trademark, and we made two different systems. One is smart, totally smart. You can control it by your mobile. You can watch it, you can control it, you can monitor it through mobile or geospatial platform. And we followed the up-to-date technology for manufacturing, starting by design. Then we made like 3D for the unit before even manufacturing, as you can see, in a 3D printer. These are the two different units, Gray Water Guard and Gray Water Classic. The main difference is one is based on traditional automatic control, and the other is in a high or based on a smart control. This is while we are making the 3D printer of the units before manufacturing to make sure that the dimension is okay and correct, and to see the client, acceptance, to have the client acceptance. This is the unit before going to the real manufacturing process. And we send this to the client to see whether it is okay or not. And if they have any remarks, we will go back again, correct it, and send again, and so on. These are the two models before manufacturing. And now we went to the manufacturing facilities to start with the laser punching machine, which is very accurate. It is almost the same as the 3D printer, but using the steel and stainless steel. These are our engineers while they are starting the first step of cutting and bending. And there is no rivets, by the way. It is all connected by bullets. This is to make it assembled and deassembled, like a IKEA model, as Mr. Khalid said. Or IKEA. We make sure that the dimension is okay. Now we go to the bending, the other different process. We have two different types. One is a stainless steel, which is quite expensive, and the other is epoxy coated steel. So it is to minimize the cost. If we don't need the stainless steel in a very rush environment, we can go with epoxy coated, which is almost 30% lower in the price rather than the stainless steel. And after that, for both different units, we go to the assembly of the unit, as you can see. And this is for the smart units, which have been made especially for the KSA market for the first time. This is because Borouge, NGO, they asked for deployment at least 100 units from that, and you would like to control it from a headquarter and to see and to monitor using geospatial platform to see the performance of the unit. So we had to make this smart unit. And for rural area, while there is no internet connection, we can deploy the classical one, so we don't need to connect it with internet. This the only replaceable part in the unit, and you don't have to go inside the unit to make this replacement. It's done each almost 2 months. We just change the candle every 2 months or 3 months. That could be done very easily by anyone. Here while we are testing the PLC of the unit. And this was the before deployment. It was prepared to be, shipped to KSA market. And of course, gentlemen from KSA, they came from Rouge NGO to check and to see by themselves the performance and how we are manufacturing this. And even they went to make two site visits. One for the oldest gray water treatment system that we deployed in Egypt from almost 8 years in one of the most, and the most recent one deployed in Egypt in one of the big neighborhood. So they make sure to compare between the performance from the old and the recent or the current time. These are the deployed 2 units that we showed. We saw them in the video, watched them in the video. Deployed as Khuzam suburban, which is based on green design, this one, we deployed two different units, the smart one, Gray Guard Smart, and we deployed the gray unit, Gray Guard Classic, this for monitoring and testing and to be like a pilot and the show model for the Saudian market. Finally, we'll end up by the cost, I mean the operational cost. You can imagine the cost is is less than 20 halala, 0.19 riyal, which it is almost 30% from the most efficient waste treatment unit available here in KSA. I mean, for treatment of wastewater treatment, black and gray, it's almost 1 riyal, but here we are working with less than 30% of the operational cost with no chemicals, totally green. And as you can see, the electrical consumption is less than 0.25 kilowatt per meter cube. Finally, we provide an educational unit. You can see it at Murush Foundation Pavilion, and you will see, you can check and have an experience if you would like to have your own experience by yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wael. These are two examples of innovative approaches to solutions, and there is definitely many more. And we hear every now and then about IPs, patents, a lot of invention, innovation happening everywhere. But there is always a loophole of taking these innovations into the market. Commercialization is a challenge. And for the last few years, we've been advocating a model for innovation commercialization, which is now spreading around the world, and we're not really reinventing the wheel, but we're learning from international experience. So Banan will present a model about venture building and the role it can play in innovation commercialization, especially in environmental solutions. Banan is head of business development in Imar and climate solutions, and she brings a 10 years experience of engagement in business development and innovation commercialization. Banan, the floor is yours. You're already here.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, and thank you everyone here for persevering on day 6 or 7 now of the event. So it shows a genuine interest from everyone here in contributing to these very important topics. So I'll be taking you based on what Dr. Wael and Dr. Ahmed already presented on the importance and innovation, and taking that into a higher bird's eye view on how we can utilize innovation models to develop and implement technologies within the environmental sector. So it might have been touched on a little bit that one of the primary projects we worked with, which was actually a 2.5-year project for developing the Green KSA Master Plan. And I think the very most important outcome that came as a result of those very extensive studies was the need for innovation to be able to address the target and the mandate that was set very ambitiously by our leadership. We know very well that we are in an area that is very arid, and any type of plantation activity requires investment and adoption of technologies that enables us to fulfill these targets. So venture building is a tool that we believe can be utilized to be able to achieve and adopt these innovative models that are being developed either locally or globally. A very high-level definition of venture building is a structured process for creating, developing, and scaling new businesses, startups, or projects from the ground up. Involves identifying opportunities, designing innovative solutions, and providing the resources, which includes expertise, infrastructure, and the goal and purpose is to transform ideas into successful ventures. So you will see on a high-level definition that this is encompassing of different support systems and processes, which we will go into a little bit of detail and later on. So when it comes to venture building, what it offers as a model or as a solution is a number of key aspects and features that enable it to be a contributor to developing innovative solutions to enable the activities in plantation and the ambitious targets that we're looking for from an environmental perspective. One of them being a comprehensive support system for startups and innovations. So this encompasses, again, the range of support systems, expertise. It is not a standalone services. It is not just an office that you're renting out or admin support services. It's an integrated solution to enable the development of these technologies. Alignment with strategic goals, and we will go a little bit into how this is adopting a top-down as opposed to a bottom-up approach in developing the needs in terms of innovation. Because a very important aspect is how we are able to channel our limited resources into high-priority initiatives and innovations that support our strategic mandates. Access to expertise and resources from different fields and areas of expertise, which include the environmental, the technical, the business, the legal, because all of this is very important in being able to not just develop innovations, but innovations that are sustainable in the long term. Accelerated commercialization, because an IP is intellectual property that is lost, that is not utilized unless it is put forth in a commercialization path to be able to actually utilize that on the ground and make benefit out of it. Scalability and long-term growth is also a very important aspect, and scalability is either vertical or horizontal. So that can mean expansion into different geographic areas. It can mean applications across different industries. There are multiple ways of actually expanding and scaling innovations and technologies. Ecosystem integration, because much like we are talking about environment, it is an ecosystem of different activities and resources, whether it was fauna, flora, water, GIS tools, or any of the other important enablers. Innovation is also an ecosystem where you need all of the different components to be able to support the innovations that come out of it. End-to-end development, and this is focused on the whole life cycle from the RDI, the research and development, the patent registration, and how that goes into scalable and commercial projects. And of course, all of this leads to risk mitigation, because any new technology is very high in risk. So how do we utilize all of these features to de-risk the projects as much as possible and be able to draw upon experiences and past projects and able to at least be able to mitigate as many of the risks as possible. So the strategic approach that we are presenting here is built on a top-down, as I may have mentioned very briefly. So starting with setting the strategic objectives, whether that was on a national level, on an entity level. This can be done through a body or an entity that is representing a certain mandate from the government, like the NGP is doing, for example, in NCVC in leading the efforts for plantation. Or it can be a corporate venture building model where there is a specific company or a sector lead that is interested in developing innovations that are relevant to their strategic goals. Alignment with global and national directives, which we've seen a lot being presented over the last few days. We will keep seeing that until the 13th. But how do we actually bring these into action and into implementation? And then based on the strategic objectives that we identify, the national directive, we come with a set of criteria that we use to develop or identify and agree on priorities. Again, because we want to make sure that we're channeling our limited resources into the projects with the highest potential. So what this actually provides in terms of features is aligning with the current policy frameworks, because we don't want to end up having technologies and innovations that might be very beneficial but stand alone. So they don't really contribute or are integrated with our strategic objectives and directives. Prioritizing scalable technologies, because we need to be able to see, at least in the beginning, projects with higher potential being implemented, so we are able to scale those and then build on them. And ensuring, of course, market relevance, because in this type of project, when you're going with an already strategic direction that is set, we don't have a lot of time and resources to waste on trial and error. So we need to at least know that there is already an existing market in a sense that we can service. So the difference between venture building versus accelerator and incubators, what these have in common is that they all support innovation and early stage projects. We see a lot of different incubators and accelerators that have developed over the past few years, 10 years specifically, I think, when it comes to KSA. And we've seen them come along with a lot of projects that are on the ground. This is not applicable to all sectors necessarily in the same way. So a couple of sectors where we've seen this being successful in the tech industry, where it's mostly about software development. We've seen this recently in fintech. But these are sectors where you can draw upon international experiences, and there is very minimum adoption required to be able to bring them into the local market. This is not the case for all sectors, including, for example, the environmental sector or even the industrial sector, because there is a lot of local impact that you have to consider in the implementation of the projects within these sectors. We actually did have prior experience in this, in the industrial sector specifically, where we collaborated with SABIC during the establishment of their NUSANID program, which is a local content development program for industrial projects and establishing local factories. And we saw this in light. So we worked over 2 years to develop around 16 projects, and we saw at the time where the local aspect was actually very important in being able to utilize international expertise, utilize local expertise and resources, and bring these projects to ground. So we were working a lot with local universities, KAUST, King Saud University, looking at what we have in terms of local expertise and resources and how we're able to utilize those. So going back a little bit to the distinction between incubators, accelerators, and venture building as models, incubators are mostly focused on early stage ideas and look to provide baseline support in a sense to be able to develop them. Providing resources, which is usually shared office spaces, some consultancy services on an as-need basis, general administrative support. And the output is prototypes or bringing ideas into an initial MVP that can be put into the market and then tested. And then it goes from there to scalability. But there is that gap in scalability when it comes to incubator that can, in a way, be covered by venture building as a next step in the process. So there are some differences, but there's also a link in between the different models. Same for accelerators, which are mostly target on kickstarting activities and expediting their access to markets. So these are usually programs that are very short term in the range sometimes of 3 months or to 6 months. And their main target is to bring market-ready startups and accelerate their actual implementation into the market to test the models. So where this fits into the environmental aspect and how we can utilize this model to develop local environmental projects in these areas, which is the focus of the conference that we're in, the desertification and land degradation and reforestation, soil regeneration, water efficient agriculture, addressing higher level climate change mitigation and resource scarcity as well, because we know that water is the main issue that we have now, not just in the environmental sector, but in all sectors. This includes industrial as well, because the use of, as Dr. Wael said, treated gray water and utilizing other technologies to be able to, as most efficiently as we can, use this very scarce resource in the region. So this is a typical high-level process of how a venture building model would go, starting with the ideation, and this includes validation of the concepts with the stakeholders. The stakeholders here being primarily the entities, the regulators, the decision makers who have set the strategic objectives from the beginning, because unless there is this very high-level strategic alignment from the start of the phase, then we will end up developing technologies that might be not very consistent with what we're looking for in terms of long-term strategic objectives. Prototyping as well, so developing concepts and in some cases implementing pilot projects, launching ventures as independent entities, because these do require having dedicated teams who are knowledgeable in the relevant areas and who can take this into implementation and scalability. Then building plans for scaling, as I might have mentioned. This includes across the region, across the globe, or across sectors. which in some cases might also include going upstream or downstream and integrating services across the supply chain. And then monitoring, setting the KPIs, the baselines, and how the measurement metrics are going to be utilized and monitored for long-term scalability and improvement. So complementing the RDI ecosystem, RDI which stands for Research, Development, and Innovation. Because venture building cannot be a standalone activity. The ideas cannot come just from anywhere. They have to be developed with an RDI system because the research and development that drives the implementation and scalability from the very beginning is a very important aspect. So we know for a fact that we have 3 Saudi universities that in terms of number of IPs are on the list of 100 top universities in the world. This includes KFUPM, and yes, for any graduates from KFUPM, we know you're survivors, we know it's a very hard university. The second being King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, and the third being Imam University. So we have 3 of the Saudi local universities who are the highest on top of number of IPs. But how do we take all of these IPs and actually put them through a commercialization path and be able to have established projects with commercial value to the economy and to our national mandates? So leveraging the RDI infrastructure, which includes the already existing research facilities, the laboratories that are already available here. We know that there is a Industry 4.0 center in KAXT, King Abdulaziz University of Science and Technology, which they have integrated into their already existing incubation acceleration program, which is called the Garage. So these are already utilized labs, fab labs, facilities that we have that we can utilize and able to be, in order to be able to scale these projects. Commercialization, utilizing the transforming existing IPs and technologies that we have from these research innovations, which are in some cases developed for the sake of accreditation or certification, but they don't necessarily go to a commercial path, and that potential is there. And lastly, of course, is collaboration, engaging with universities, innovation hubs, subject matter experts who can bring in the expertise needed to take this into a commercial scale. So when it comes to steps for sectoral alignment, beyond the RDI, which is the main driver of sources of ideas, there is the policy support, which is the support from the public sector. And this can be in the form of tax breaks, incentives, in order to give these very early stage projects the push that they need in the very beginning, not to complicate the policies and legislations and enable them to actually operate in the market. The integration or adoption with the private and NGO sector as well, because unless these commercial activities are integrated into already existing processes, then they will continue to be standalone. So we need the private sector and the NGOs to have the willingness to actually collaborate with the developers of these innovations, bring them into their already existing systems to be able to establish proven models with what is already working in the ecosystem. And the last, of course, is funding, because this requires a little bit of creativity on the part of the financiers. Early stage investments are by definition very high risk. So how do we de-risk these investments? And how do we find the right models that enable us to support the funding requirements of different projects at different stages? So the takeaways being the importance of venture building and offering scalable solutions for environmental challenges, aligning the strategic goals with the strategic goals for scaling the strategic alignment. And lastly, of course, is collaboration with the existing ecosystem, whether it was RDI or the efforts that are already being undertaken by the private sector. Thank you very much.
And please stay on the stage, and I'll call Dr. Wael and Dr. Ahmed for some interrogation.
I did not sign up for that.
I think we have time for some questions also from the audience. If anybody's interested, but I'll start with some of my own. And I'll start with Banan, since the concept of venture building is still in the minds of people. And out of curiosity, maybe I know the answer, but I'd like you to shed some light on it. We've been advocating these concepts for like at least 7 years, if not more. And we had some successes, but had much more challenges. Why is this more relevant and possible now? What has changed in the ecosystem that makes this concept feasible now?
Yes. Hello? You can hear me? Okay, so it's I think primarily a change in mindset in terms of innovation adoption. And I think the fact that this has happened in other sectors as well has at least shown to people some proven cases on how this can be implemented. So it's a matter of utilizing already existing models that happen possibly in other sectors and bringing that to the environmental sector as well. The whole mandate on a national level has also driven the change. This is something we started actually discussing back in 2015, 2016. The whole idea of environmental services and management, whether it was plantation activities, whether it was waste management. Back then, this was a language that was not spoken by a lot of people. It is now, the change is driven by a national mandate and a national direction that has changed the mindset across the board.
And maybe I add to that that there is now a more regulatory framework, the establishment of the RDI authority is actually establishing an ecosystem that embraces innovation and enables more success in that arena. Dr. Wael so enthusiastic about grey water. 2 questions, maybe answer them consecutively. How much is this different from what's happening around the world? What is the situation? I mean, I know that this is coming from Egypt, and it's very interesting to see that there is a breakthrough of innovation that is implemented and scaled from Egypt. And that represents great minds in the Arab world and in Egypt in particular. But what's the situation around the world in terms of competitiveness of this particular application? And the second question is, what other water-related technologies that either in the pipeline or can be scaled and developed similarly?
Thank you for the questions. Actually, the first questions to answer, we spent almost 2 years of investigation. It was not an easy, there is no easy way to answer these questions. I mean, you have to study well and to start small, and then you go scale up fast. What we so-called the SSS model. Study well, start small, and scale up fast. So through this journey, we had to study well what are the available treatment system in the whole universe, not only, I mean, sorry, in Earth, I mean, in the global, to see what are the technologies available in China, in Japanese, in Europe, and to see what is fit to our environment. Because what fit to Japan, it doesn't necessarily to fit in KSA or Egypt. The performance, the maintenance, the scale of labors that they are going to operate the machine, is not only about the technology itself, it's about the society itself. So we had to study this very well. Actually, in the book that we published, we almost published 14 different technologies that are available for treating gray water. And we made like a grading system for what is fit to the environment, to the Egyptian environment, and of course we are looking for the Gulf area as well. So from this grading system, we could find that if you are going to use chemicals, it will be spoiled, it is not green actually. If we use the biological treatments, it needs a lot of energy to apply, it needs skilled people to operate. So we had to go through the different available system and the efficient, because we are all the time bound by the codes of the final product of this treated water. So and we end up that this technology could provide the market with unique approach that will provide the market with low capital cost, low operating cost, no chemical used, no need for skilled people to operate. This was very important key parameters in selecting the system. And we, thanks to Allah, we succeed to deploy this in Egypt, and we are nowadays, because to tell the truth, the market was not open like today's. I mean, 10 years ago or 8 years ago, no one was talking about grey water separation, grey water treatment system. So we consider ourselves as a pioneer for giving up even the idea. But now the necessities became a mandatory. So from now we are going to test ourselves to see our system compared with the other system. We believe that we did our job. We tried to be sincere, and we studied very well. And I hope our system can compete internationally, not only in KSA. So this is the first, I hope that I tried to answer the first
question.
part.
What other similar technology?
The second, actually,
water-related
yeah,
technology?
actually in Amar, we are really concerned. We came from the background of greening KSA, 10 billion trees, the biggest environmental project maybe in the world. It's a unique project. So during this journey, we have been exposed to actually many different experiences in the field of environment. So as we concern about water, and we brought this grey water system to the light of the Saudian market, we are also thinking about something very important, what's called the zero emission approach in the desalination. One of the bane for the desalination is the reject. So we're working heavily now in producing system that based in zero emission approach. In system that could use renewable energy for rural area for water desalination and approaching or satisfying the zero emission approach. So these are actually our main targets. Of course, we have the grey water system. We also have a very modest and non-centralized unit for wastewater treatment system. This is already in, I mean, we have this, and very soon we will be deployed in the market here. But for the innovation, as we are talking about venture building and innovation here, we are really keen about providing the market with zero emission approach in the desalination field. This is really our bane, our concern. We hope that we will invest even in Amar in research and development, because this is in the very early stage, and it's representing a pain for the whole world. How to minimize the reject, how to utilize the reject, how to discharge the reject without harming the environment under the zero emission approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Dr. Salah. And AI is the talk of the world now. Everybody is, it's the magical word now. Mm-hmm. And when you combine AI with GIS, we get a magical mix. Mm-hmm. What are these prospects? How far can AI actually enable GIS and geospatial applications for advanced solutions of analysis, monitoring, implementation? How far can we go with that?
Very good question. Let me share some thoughts here. And I would use the number 3 Dr. Wael was referring to, but it would be 3M, not 3S. That's the map, model, and monitor. So geospatial technologies can help map. Was map I referred to yesterday. Model is what is happening today. Monitor is tomorrow. Knowing what a baseline is always good for any application, specifically for afforestation or environmental management. Knowing what we have today and knowing what led us to today. I think the discussion from yesterday, His Excellency was referring to a number of areas of hectares, hundreds of thousands of hectares to be degraded over the past decade. This technology can give us accurate numbers on this, quantifying the degradation that happened and where it has happened. So this is yesterday. As far as today, modeling, like knowing what we can do today, suitability modeling is the word that comes to mind. and that is, let's say, what is the best location? I think I've shared some of that on my slides. What is the best location for planting RR tree, or doing some bushes, or doing rangeland management? What's the best location for that? What's the best location for putting a gray water plant? There are different layers, different demographics that could help. So again, that's the modeling aspect of this. And when I say modeling, we use again deep learning, machine learning first, deep learning second, and then AI, if you want to think about this in, as far as a detailed modeling. And then the monitoring is the next step. So whatever we do, if we plant tree or apply specific strategies, what is the success of this? Is this useful, yes or no? So using satellite imageries, and we say high resolution satellite imagery in some cases, drones and other applications, and that does help. And when I say high resolution, I don't necessarily mean a smaller pixel, but also spectral resolution, like the different bands. Like we saw the RGB, the red, green, blue, but we can also see thermal bands that could help us with environmental management. So there's the suite of tools that is available for environmental managers is a lot. Again, it's beyond the details here, but I would probably share two quick things as what is current technologies beyond mapping or quantifying the number of palm trees in a farm, or palm trees in a farm. The red weevil, which is an insect for palm trees, it's just big concern. Like how do we detect that? How do we early detect that? There again, there are some sensors that would actually detect in the very early stages before, what I understand, I'm not a subject matter expert on this, but from our partners that developed this sensor, when the disease or the insect has gone it's too far if you actually see the product on the tree, so it's probably too late to do something. So that sensor is actually in the early stages of that help manage this in that farm. So again, that's a technology that use sound acoustics to detect that. So that's one thing. The other thing is, as you think about the remote sensing, in the past, well, it's a satellite going around the Earth and just taking pictures. And this is great. So we can see surface features, plants, we can see rivers, we can see anything on the surface. But can we actually detect the groundwater from the sky? And in fact, this is actually happening now. There's technologies that would actually detect changes in groundwater. I know in most of the projects, especially GKSA, we did not, like Dr. Wael was saying, we're not really relying on groundwater for water resources, but using satellite imageries to detect changes in groundwater, this is kind of a new technology, and I know it would help a lot.
What about automation? What about automation?
Automating.
And is it advisable?
Yes. When I was standing here, I was saying calibration. So we can get a model, and if we don't calibrate, then it's just a pretty picture, pretty map with colors and all of that. But I think with calibration, if we get an image and model it, so map, model, and monitor, and then calibrate that, then we can actually automate some processes. And with automation, I mean desktop automation, which means some processes we can actually program and automate. The generation of maps, if we have 25,000 farms that we want to get the palm tree counts on it, we can automate it. We're not going to do this one by one. So we're automating this on a desktop environment. On a mobile environment, we can automate some of the processes. If we go out in the field and start collecting data, we can automate that. And then, again, on the web, if you will, we can, for decision makers, I'm just going to take this as an example, or field operators. Maybe, let me take an example here. So for a farm, I can see like a big area here. I can see a specific segment of this farm that is not doing well from a crop health standpoint, then the automation here helps the field operators to go. We, as I was saying, it will determine the flight path for the drone, send this file to the drone to apply the insecticides only in that segment of this application. That saves time, that saves agrochemicals, that saves a lot of things. So that helps. The automation does help, of course.
I tend to think that there is no limits to automation.
The sky's the limit.
It can reach decision-making, automated decision-making from triggering a valve for irrigation and drawing a map or flying a drone. But I think there are also risks for that, and that's where AI is debatable.
As I just mentioned, he's coming from the sky, and the sky is limits. So there is no limits for the.
Back to venture building. And Banan, okay, we talked about how evolving the market is and the potential is much better now, but what's missing?
I think one thing would be integration, because we're seeing a lot of efforts into supporting commercial activities and innovations that are fragmented to an extent. So there is a lot of potential across the board in different entities, whether it was supporting the policy development side and the regulation, whether it was IP protection, whether it was funding and financing, but there has to be a champion entity that actually takes all of that and puts it into a framework where it is easy for the innovators or entrepreneurs to access the available resources and support mechanisms. They're already busy developing their ideas and their projects, but how do they actually find the link to all of the different enablers in the ecosystem? There is also a missing aspect, and I keep going back to the universities and the already existing IPs, and the drive and the willingness to actually take that into a commercial model. So this requires a change in the regulatory aspects as well, to enable these IP owners and technology developers to have a stake in the technologies that they have developed, and take that to a commercialization beyond just developing research for the sake of research.
Great. I can't think of any more enablers, and I think the journey is speeding up, but I think there is a lot to be.
The floor is asking.
The question.
I'll come back to the audience. This final question to Dr. Wael before I go to the audience. Again, what's missing? What is required to scale up these applications? And what are the scalability models from a domestic application of a mosque or a house to more commercial applications, to city-scale applications? What change in the system is required to expand the scalability of grey water treatment?
First, we have to be brave. I mean, we spent almost 8 years in Egypt to convince the society by grey water cycling and grey water separation. And it was our luck that the president of Egypt, Sisi, he was in one of our exhibition, and he saw the units. And he gave like a comments to start deploying this in a very large scale. So I all the time rely on what's called that political will. So when there is a political will, innovations, greening 10 billion trees will be available and so on. So from that point, we had the chance to go through a suburban, very large suburban, in a very famous area in Egypt. Hurghada is one of the international city, I mean, well known over the world. So here we had the chance to deploy a large scale processes. But to tell the truth, it is not an easy. I mean, if we are going to suburban or neighborhoods, old one, it will be quite difficult to separate the grey water system from the grey black water already exist many years ago. So it needs a lot of changing in the infrastructure. But the hope is, now there is an expansion in all over the Arabian country and all over the world. The population is increasing. So day after day, we are having new cities to be built, and we have also new concepts like green building. So involving such or the elaboration of these systems in the market, will facilitate the process of scaling up. Now in Khuzam, they accepted because they have a code for green building. In any other system, we can go from centralizing to decentralizing. Two options, they have its own cost and its own infrastructure manipulation. So I think that today is the best time to start scaling up, specifically in the field of gray water treatment. As I just mentioned in my presentation, 30% reduction in the capex, 10%, 90% reduction in the OPEX, and there is no chemicals.
Thank you. We'll go to the audience.
Thank you. You asked my question. But my question has two parts, actually. The financial part, which he didn't come to, I heard you say the cost is very minimal. It's about 20 halalas, which is low. What are the components of the cost? This is my question. And did that take into account the capital cost that you need to invest in storing and networking and all that, or not? That's my second question.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very nice question, actually. To tell a truth, when we are calculating the cost for the running of these small units, we are concerned about the running daily cost, which it is less than 0.2 halal. If you add the capital cost, it will add another 0.1, so it will be 0.3. Usually, for very large scale, when they compare, they sum the whole cost, capex and opex, and give you the final number. So comparing this with wastewater treatment, with the modest, the highest, the highly efficient, using the high technology, based in both systems, build, own, operate, and transfer, which the investor are very keen about this capital cost and operation cost, we are talking about 1 riyal. So 1 riyal compared to 0.3, we are talking about 30% almost. But here, you have to take into consideration, this is for very small scale. This is only 12 meter cube a day. If this had been scaled up, as Mr. Khalid, attracted our attention to, and we'll have the same apple-to-apple comparison, like, for example, the one that I'm talking about is producing 300,000 meter cube a day, and the operational cost is 1 riyal. So imagine that you will have the same capacity with gray water system, the operational cost will be down dramatically. So it will reach to the value that we estimated to be almost 10% from the operational cost of the black wastewater or traditional wastewater treatment system.
I think I can maybe add to that, not to interfere with, but coming from an urban perspective, can't compare an apple to an orange. Scale is very different here. But let's remember also that there isn't really scaled up gray water treatment system. And I think trying to contribute to the answer that I wanted Dr. Weil to provide is where we come from in the strategy suggestions. Decentralization on the city scale is key to enabling the scale up of treatment solutions. And of course, getting in the regulatory aspect where wastewater separation from household level is mandatory, where we can have grey water separated from source, as much as we're talking about waste, domestic waste, municipal domestic waste separation from source. Also, wastewater separation from the source will enable domesticated treatment.
By the way, when it happened, and when we compared apple by decentralized wastewater treatment system with this gray water treatment system, decentralized as well, the equations will be reversed. I mean, for small scale wastewater treatment, the cost will reach 5 to 7 to even 10 riyals per meter cube, within the same scale of gray water treatment system. If you are going to build a system with, for example, 10 meter cube or 100 meter cube per day, the cost will be dramatically positively for the gray water treatment system.
Yeah.
And add to that the transportation cost of wastewater to the plant and back to the city. There's another question here.
Thanks very much for your insightful comments. I appreciate it. It was actually something that you just alluded to was regarding the funding strategy. The funding strategy and the access of capital. Can you just elaborate a little bit about how much government support there's been, how much the private sector is involved?
The question to whom?
To you or to anyone?
Well, you're talking about the
Just
water.
Yeah, I mean water just across the board. Like
Yeah.
when it comes to sort of the access of capital, is it straightforward? Does the government give a lot of support?
For investment, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, let me answer this. This is very straightforward. I will tell you a story. In Egypt and KSA, the cost for 1 meter cube in coastal area in Egypt almost around $3 to $5, or by dollars it will be almost about nowadays like $1, almost $3-4. Okay, but the cost of grey water recycling system, it is something negligible for these numbers. So the investor, the one who has a villa and has a garden, for example, to irrigate it, he has no option. If he is going to irrigate it with fresh water, he will pay a very costly bill every month. But it's very easy to him to recycle the grey water inside and to irrigate it. So it is an investment decision. Now it goes without saying everyone would like to use grey water system for recycling, specifically in suburbans, in villas or compounds, specifically in compounds, because they have a planted tree and they want to irrigate it. So if they have a grey water system in-house, they can reuse it and in a very cheap cost. Otherwise, they have to pay for the fresh water, which is very costly and expensive.
So, and I think this is, if you allow me to just add to what Dr. Weil was saying, this is something we're seeing in other applications, for example, solar panels. So people are already integrating renewable energy sources into their already existing properties, renew properties. And I think it comes down to how much actually we can get invested as capital investment from regulators to not have people make the decision of these individual investments, whether it was in a school, a mosque, a private residence, because then that promotes people to go off the grid in a sense, instead of having a unified system where it actually reduces the long-running cost for both the regulators and the end users. And you were asking about, in terms of funding, we think that the funding is available. The mechanism of applying and getting those fundings might need to be shifted in some instances so that it is easily accessible for these early stage innovations and technologies. So we do have an environmental fund, we do have an agricultural fund, we do have an industrial fund even, but they are a little bit challenging to access those funding for early stage innovations. We do see the potential and the willingness to change that, but that needs to happen across the board. Same goes with the commercial funding entities. There need to be specific tools and solutions for early stage innovations to enable the adoption into the already existing systems. And this is not something that hasn't happened. We're seeing this again in other sectors. We've seen software development, we've seen fintech development, and other sectors where there has been a change in mindset. We have angel investors, we have VCs who are contributing to these ecosystems and developing new technologies within them. It's a matter of replicating that model, but understanding the unique challenges that come with the environmental sector, because the difference being there's a lot of on-ground activities. It's not something you're just doing in the back end.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice presentations from all of you, gentlemen and Banan. I have three short questions. One to Banan. Do you think, to continue to the question of Mr. Khalid, do you think that we miss also into market the awareness? Do you think that we need more socioeconomic studies? Short question to Dr. Weil. Really it is impressed presentation, and my question that also, do you think we can merge the two devices, the classic and the smart one, together in order to make it easier? If there is internet connection, for example, we can use the smart one. If there is no internet connection, we can use the classic one. For Dr. Salah, really, I'm eager to know more about the AI, really, because I think this is the future to the all sciences. But do you think also the AI will give us more accuracy or real results when we connect it to the GIS or to the satellite and all those technologies? Thank you so much.
So I think just as a general response, there is always a need for awareness. If you are not making people aware constantly, means that we are stumped in what we are developing. There always has to be this constant back and forth communication, whether it was on the change in the regulatory aspects to keep people informed and involved in what is happening and what support systems and resources they can get access to. And I think when it comes to awareness, the role of universities is again, very important. I think one issue we have if we're going back to challenges and in terms of awareness is universities here, and we're seeing this changing in some instances, tend to be very secluded from the rest of the community. So they are working independently, the universities, not a lot of collaboration is going on between them. And at the same time, they're working away from the community. We have these walls around them, physical and virtual. So I think they need to open their doors. They need to get people more involved, open the access to the different research facilities, give people access to what it is that they're doing, both in terms of processes and in terms of actual research that is coming out. We know that we have a huge library of resources and know-how that is not being utilized because people are not being aware of the actually availability of these resources.
Like to add something, please? You can use this. Can you use this one? I think you can use Banan's one. It's working okay. So no problem.
Just to add to that, the fact that there is cost of redundant activities going in universities and research labs without being able to connect to each other. There is huge loss of communication between the ecosystem. These silos, independent islands, is really costly and wasteful.
Keep it. I mean, for responding to the very nice questions, actually, it's a very nice and a very smart one. It's a market game. I mean, it is about smart or we have, by the way, 2 versions of smart and we have 2 versions classics, and this is all about to minimize the cost and to play with the cost actually. For myself, I would like to sell the smart. Smart is coming from the future. If you stand in the front of this unit, you will feel it is very nice. Stainless steel, shining, and no too much buttons, and you don't need just to talk. You can talk to it by your mobile. So it's very nice. But how much does it cost? And why we have to sell this one? This needs, for example, in the smart have been requested from the client. They are going to deploy at the first stage 100 units. The second stage maybe it's reach to 5,000. So how can they monitor? How can they communicate with these units? Because they have under one umbrella, under one organization. But for someone, he is having a villa and he needs a unit for treatment. I will tell you a secret about that. All different categories containing exactly the same treatment stages, exactly, with the same quality. I mean, the water you will never have smart units producing higher, for example, quality than the classic. Both are the same. But it is about the user of the client, the necessity of the client. For a classic, I can keep it at my home and I can control it by myself. I don't need this smart, sophisticated technology to be monitored or to be controlled by others. So it is actually a market necessity and a market game to minimize the cost, to give affordable different prices. As you, in the cars, for example, you can have the A class and B class, and so you will see the difference just in mirror open and close automatically, or the floor is opening. It's a very manual not affecting the motor. The motor is the same for all different cars, but it is an option based on the prices. So I will make for you semi-smart, higher classic. Thank you.
I think there's one more question. I think, yes, and then we can take yours. So I think, let me start by saying AI does not replace humans. Humans make AI.
Hopefully, yeah.
I can, well, for the foreseeable future, I can say that, people make AI. AI does not make people. So it's a tool that we use, like, my chat GPT now, like, students would actually do articles and submit things on, for the college on that, and they get penalized but you can actually tell when you read an article that this is auto-generated, not a man-generated. Take that to our application. Remote sensing and GIS, these are inputs for a model, and the model can be, like we said, deep learning. We start with machine learning and then deep. We add more points to it. So as you do a regression on Excel, the more points you add, the better, hopefully, the better fit or no fit that you would come up with. So all of these inputs would generate a better model. So machine learning, deep learning, and then artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence that we use today, as Engineer Khaled was referring to, like in an irrigated agriculture, and SCADA system, that's great. SCADA is providing pressures, water surface elevations, and all of that. But then as we model this and see the actual consumption of a plant, what is the actual evapotranspiration on this day, then we can actually send a signal to the SCADA system to actually close the valve a little bit, because the plant in this stage of growth does not need this much water, especially if there's meteorological input. So here's another point on that regression curve that I was referring to, that is coming from weather forecasts. This station, meteorological station, is saying tomorrow there's 0.2 liter of rain. So again, we close the valve even more. So this bidirectional linkage between tools on the ground, like whether it's a sensor or a SCADA or even an agriculture engineer that is actually going and doing inspections, it does help. I will say, refer back to my original point, is this does not really replace, AI does not really replace humans. It actually enables them to do more. So instead of let's say I have two for example, agriculture engineers managing a farm of 10,000 hectares, well, they can actually manage a farm of 100,000 hectares instead of 10, because they get more tools. And I have to emphasize again, without calibration, this automation means very little. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. Working? Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for great presentations. I am geospatial analyst, actually based in Kuwait, and distinguished kind of work by Dr. Ahmed, and very advanced, very impressive. I'm wondering, for someone who's interested to learn more actually about your projects, do you have a website or share perhaps some resources online?
We can talk afterwards. Yeah,
sure.
For sure. We can chat some more. And the demo that we're supposed to happen, I can share with you.
I would be happy. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
I have 3.
Yeah, but I come from the last question here and with the closing question to Dr. Ahmed, and that is about knowledge sharing and capacity building.
Yep.
And how much is needed. I mean, I know the fact in Saudi Arabia, for example, there is almost sort of literacy. to GIS and these kinds of solutions. So what is missing again on the aspect of knowledge sharing and capacity building in Saudi Arabia, in the region, and in the world? And that would be a closing question.
Let me share maybe a couple of thoughts here. The technology right now is going so fast, and even in other parts of the world, okay? So even in the US and Europe and Japan, I don't think we have a less of an advantage here. It's actually exploring what is available there. I usually say any software, Microsoft Word, if you actually plan on using the tools in Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel, it would actually save you a lot of time. So similarly, explore what is available there. These satellite imageries that provide raw data for aerosol mapping, it's available. Some of it is free with a coarse, what we call coarse resolution, bigger pixel. Some at a cost. And in most cases, in projects like that Engineer Khaled was referring to, we use a mix of both. Like we use free satellite imagery to give us a reconnaissance, what I call reconnaissance mapping. Like, okay, big picture. If this is enough for the objective of our project, then that's great. Then if it is not, then we use either drones or high resolution imageries. This is technical, this is too detailed, but how do we actually gain more knowledge? I say on-the-job training is the best training. Capacity building, sharing conference, attending conferences like this, and I would actually say when we attend conferences, I tell this to my colleagues and my friends in Egypt and also here too, when you attend a conference, present at a conference. You learn from preparing a presentation, because you actually do a little bit of research. Oh, you would get some questions to prepare a slide presentation. So capacity building is key. That's why I actually had it on one of the slides here. Knowledge transfer is important. When you work on a project, that's the best learning ability.
Thank you. And if no more questions, I'd like to close the session. But I hope this session gives an outlook and a glimpse of what we in Emaar are committed to do. Innovation is not only a way of delivering solutions to the projects that we're engaged with client, but we aspire to be playing a more leading role in bringing technologies, innovation, and even process innovation to solve problems, to take a sort of a pioneering step or an extra mile, where we actually lead in bringing solutions to the market. And with that, I think we really excel and show a step forward in compared to competition.
The consultation field. I'm sorry for that, but I had to say.
You took it from my mouth. Anyway, hopefully in coming sessions we'll show more of what Emaar and others, and we hope that we can really be a role model for others to follow. This is not just something that Emaar alone can do. It needs interaction and from everybody. Thank you, everybody, and I hope you enjoy the rest of COP 16.
يبقى في ليميتيشن لكل المنتجات اللي بتاثر على الانبعاثات الكربونيه. لازم نغير منهج حياتنا في كل عاداتنا وسلوكياتنا. لازم نقلل من استهلاكاتنا للوقود، لازم نقلل من استهلاكاتنا للطاقه، لازم نخفض من استهلاكاتنا للميه. كل الكلام ده الدول كلها ابتدت تاخده. لكن انا شايفه مع وجود مشاكل وانبعاثات مؤثرة على الكوكب في فرص وتحديات، والفرص دي ناتج عنها حاجة مهمة جدا لمجتمعنا العربي والإفريقي. كمية الانبعاثات اللي طالعة على مستوى الدول العربية مش بالكتير كما رصدت كل المنظمات المسؤولة عن هذا. احنا انبعاثاتنا قليلة، لكن فرصتنا في شهادات الكربون كبيرة، لأن احنا ما عندناش انبعاثات بالقدر اللي موجود في الصين وأمريكا وأوروبا. لكن إن احنا نكسب من ورا ده المهم، وإن احنا نعرف إزاي نحصل على شهادات كربون وإن يحصل فيها تجارة في الدول العربية، فده مصدر مهم لازم ننتبه له. طيب إيه الخطوات بقى عشان أحصل على شهادة كربون؟ قبل الخطوات لازم نعرف يعني إيه أسواق كربون، ويعني إيه شهادات كربون، وإيه هي دورة وأطراف عمل سوق الكربون. في البداية أسواق الكربون ما هي إلا آلية اقتصادية تهدف إلى الحد من الانبعاثات الخاصة بالغازات الدفيئة GHG، وخاصة ثاني أكسيد الكربون، وبيعتبر سبب رئيسي في تغير المناخ زي ما احنا عارفين، وأداة كمان لمكافحة تغير المناخ. لكنها بتحتاج إلى تنظيم وتنفيذ بشكل دقيق جدا. طريقة عمل أسواق الكربون بتنقسم ل3 مراحل. حصص بيتم تحديد حد أقصى لكمية انبعاثات لكل شركة أو صناعة. تجارة، الشركات تقدر تخفض انبعاثاتها أكثر من الحد المسموح بها بأنها تبيع أرصدة الكربون ليها للشركات اللي تجاوزت الحد الخاص بالانبعاثات. والحافز هو نظام بيشجع الشركات على الاستثمار في تقنيات نظيفة لخفض الانبعاثات، حيث أن شراء أرصدة الكربون بيكون مكلف إلى حد ما. عندنا أنواع من أسواق الكربون، عندنا نوع سوق الكربون الطوعي وسوق الكربون الإلزامي. وطبعا الطوعي من الاسم هو اختيار الشركات، هي اللي بتعمله، هي اللي بتروح له. نظام تجاري بيهدف لخفض الانبعاثات. أنا هعمل مشروع خفض كربون وأنا اللي همشي في السايكل باختياري، مفيش حد أجبرني عليه. وسوق الكربون الإلزامي ده نظام تنظيمي بيفرض على الشركات تحديد سقف لانبعاثاتها الكربونية، وإذا تجاوزت هذا السقف بتشتري وحدات كربون من شركة لم تتجاوز، فيحدث البالانس اللي احنا بنطلبه. وده بيفرض بقانون، فرضه بقانون ناتج من الدولة هي اللي شايفة إن لازم تعمل سوق كربون إلزامي. طب طريقة عمل السوق الكربون الطوعي مختلفة عن طريق سوق الكربون الإلزامي. الشركات اللي عايزة تعوض انبعاثاتها أو تحسن صورتها البيئية هي اللي بتشتري هذه الشهادات، وبتمول للمساعدة في تمويل مشاريع زي الزراعة المستدامة، استخدام طاقة متجددة وخلافه. بينما في سوق الكربون الإلزامي بيتم تحديد سقف للانبعاثات، وبيبقى ملزمة كل شركة إنها تشتري هذه الشهادات علشان تعوض انبعاثاتها. المزايا اللي في سوق الكربون الطوعي إنه مرن، سوق مرن للأفراد والشركات، بيحفز على الاستثمار في المشاريع الخضراء، بيساهم في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. بينما سوق الكربون الإلزامي ده ضمان بقى وإلزام بشكل إجباري على تخفيض الانبعاثات، وبيحفز الشركات اللي بتبني تقنيات نظيفة إنها تستمر في خلق سوق تنافسي لوحدات الكربون. إيه أهمية وتحديات أسواق الكربون؟ أهميتها إنها بتحفز باستمرار إن الشركات تبتدي تفكر على حلول خارج الصندوق، ما بتلتزمش بقواعد ثابتة، بل على العكس بتدور على حلول مبتكرة لتقليل انبعاثاتها الكربونية. كل شركة عارفة إيه اللي في المزايا اللي جوه شركتها اللي تقدر تعملها. يعني على سبيل المثال لو شفنا مثلا صناعة الأسمدة، الأسمدة أحد انبعاثاتها الأمونيا، والأمونيا ال N2O أكسيد النيتروز أحد انبعاثات الجي اتش جي بتاعتنا. احنا عندنا 7 غازات هم اللي بندور عليهم في كل هذا الكيان علشان نخفضهم. ال N2O أو أكسيد النيتروز موجود جوه صناعة، بس هو بينبعث من هذه الصناعة. أنا ممكن أستغل، بينبعث من صناعات أخرى كمان، ممكن أستغل هذا في استخدامه في صناعة الأسمدة، وهكذا. أشوف المشكلة فين وأحاول أوجد لها حلول. طيب، كفاءة اقتصادية، بيوفر آلية مرنة وفعالة لخفض الانبعاثات. تمويل مشاريع المناخ، أسواق الكربون هتعمل على هذا. لما أبيع الشهادات الخاصة بالكربون فأنا هجد عندي موارد مالية تخليني أزود من طاقاتي لخلق مشاريع وتمويل مشاريع اقتصادية مستدامة تعالج المناخ وتساهم في حل قضيتنا الكبيرة. التحديات اللي بتواجه هذه الأسواق: التسعير. إنك تحدد سعر مناسب لأرصدة الكربون أمر معقد جدا، لأنه بيختلف باختلاف البلد اللي بنقدر نسوق فيها هذه الشهادات. يعني وصل شهادة الكربون اللي هي 1 طن بير CO2 equivalent في بعض الدول ل$90. جمهورية مصر العربية فتحت سوق طوعي شهادات الكربون ب$3. فالجاب دي لازم ندور على احنا عايزين نوصل لفين، والتسعير ده مهم وقضية حاكمة. النزاهة، ضمان شفافية ونزاهة النظام لتجنب الاحتيال. أنا مش عارف، أنا أول ما تم اعتمادنا كوحدة فيريفيكيشن فاليديشن بادي من الإيجاك في هيئة المواصفات والجودة، وإحنا أول جهة في مصر يتم اعتمادها في هذا السكوب، جالنا حد بيعرض علينا إن إحنا بس نديله شوية شهادات وهو هيتصرف. فقلت له احنا اصلا مش مصدر شهادات، احنا ما بنديش شهادات، احنا بنساعدك انك تبقى الشهادات بتاعتك فيريفيكيشن. وفي دوره في اخر سلايد ان شاء الله هعرضها لحضراتكم بتقول لكم دوره سوق الكربون بتمشي ازاي. هو كان الهدف بس ان هو هيعرف يتصرف بشهادات كربون، بس انتوا هاتوا شهادات مختومه وانا هعرف. طبعا الكلام ده احتيال وشيء وعمل غير قانوني. فلازم احنا واحنا بنتكلم على اسواق الكربون ان التحديات دي موجوده في مجتمعاتنا، فلازم نحط لها سقف ونحط لها حدود وندور الموضوع يدور ازاي بالشكل القانوني اللي ما يأثرش على البلد، لان انت بتتكلم في ماليات فممكن يأثر عليك بالسلب بشكل خطير. تكامل، النظام بيحتاج لتكامل مع السياسات المناخية الأخرى، مش بس إن أنا بطلع شهادة كربون. أطلع شهادة كربون بس كل ده في السياق العام للدولة ومنهجيات كل دولة وسياسة كل دولة. أمثلة على أسواق الكربون: الاتحاد الأوروبي بيمتلك أكبر وأقدم الأسواق الخاصة بتجارة الانبعاثات في العالم. كاليفورنيا، ولاية كاليفورنيا في الولايات المتحدة ليها نظام خاص بيها. الصين أعلنت إطلاق سوق كربون. مصر أعلنت إطلاق سوق كربون في شهر 8. السعودية أعلنت إطلاق سوق كربون. فإحنا عندنا أسواق كربون موجودة على مستوى العالم. طب شهادات الكربون بقى إيه حكايتها؟ هي أدوات مالية بتمثل تخفيضاً أو تجنباً لطن واحد من غازات الدفيئة. يتم إصدارها للشركات والأفراد الذين ينفذون مشروع تقليل انبعاثات. طب أنا دلوقتي عندي مشروع، هبتدي إزاي؟ هقول أنا عندي مشروع، الشركة اللي هتمول هذا المشروع بالاتفاق مع الشركة اللي بتصدر هذه الانبعاثات بيتفقوا مع بعض وبيبقى فيه تعاقد ان حتى شهادات الكربون لما تتباع هيبقى الشير بيننا ازاي. يعني ده بيتحط في عقد بينهم، لان ممكن الشركه تقول لا انا مش عايزه شير، انا هتحمل كل التكلفه والشهادات ملكي. وممكن اللي هيعمل شهاده الكربون ويمشي في الخطوات ويعمل مشروع التخفيض يقول لا اشارك مع الشركه اللي عندها الانبعاثات، وهكذا. يبقى في شير هيحصل بين الشركتين اللي هتصمم مشروع تخفيض والشركة صاحبة الانبعاثات. كيفية عمل بقى شهادات الكربون دي؟ في مشروع خفض لازم يكون موجود، وده في مواصفة اسمها ايزو 1464 الجزء الثاني بتقول لك ايه هي الاشتراطات الخاصة بمشاريع خفض الانبعاثات. التحقق والاعتماد، بيتم التحقق من هذه المشاريع للتأكد من انها تؤدي الى تخفيض حقيقي. التحقق والاعتماد ده بيتم على مرحلتين. البداية بتكون لما بعمل الديزاين. انا عملت ديزاين مشروع تخفيض، انا هخفض لك في المصنع بتاع الاسمنت ده 40% من انبعاثاتك عن طريق ريكفري للانبعاثات بتاعتك، او هعمل لك شجر بيمص الكربون، او هعمل طاقه مختلفه، انا هدخل كذا حاجه في المشاريع في المصنع، هعمل لك طاقه شمسيه للمباني الاداريه، هتاخد جزء من انبعاثاتك في الطاقه، وهكذا. اقترحت المشروع في الديزاين ده، في مرحله الديزاين بتروح الشركه لجهه VVB فاليديشن. الجهه بتاعت الفاليديشن دي بتصادق على المشروع وتكون جهه معتمده من احد جهات الاعتماد الدوليه. بعد ما بيتم المصادقه على المشروع بيتم تنفيذ المشروع. ممكن المشروع ده يبقى الدوره بتاعته علشان يتطبق سنه 6 شهور عشان يوجي يعني يورينا الانبعاثات بتاعته تم تطبيقها ولا لا. بتيجي بعد كده انت مسجل الكلام ده خلال احد السجلات. تيجي جهه VVB بس بتعمل لك المره دي فيريفيكيشن. الفاليديشن بيبقى قبل التطبيق، قبل الفاليديشن قبل التطبيق، الفيريفيكيشن بعد التطبيق. بتقول لك اللي انت قلت عليه في الاول كمشروع تم التحقق منه وتم اثباته بالفعل، وهي خفضت لك 10 طن CO2. بعد كده انت بتاخد الكلام ده وفي احد سجلات الكربون اللي الشركه اللي عملت لك الفيريفيكيشن فاليديشن مسجله فيها، بيبتدي اصدار من احد الجهات الماليه عندك في الدوله، زي احنا عندنا في مصر الهيئه العامه للرقابه الماليه، احنا مسجلين عندها، فهنسمح بوجود شهادات كربون. شهادات الكربون دي بيتم تداولها بالطريقه المناسبه ليها. هو ده الاربع خطوات اللي احنا بنتكلم عليهم في شهادات الكربون. طبعا اهميه شهادات الكربون عاليه جدا. احنا عندنا حوافز ماليه بتشجع الشركات والافراد على الاستثمار في مشاريع الخفض لانه بيلاقي عائد. يعني انا على سبيل المثال احنا في مصر في الهيئه المصريه للعمل ومواصفات الجوده احنا مثلا عملنا مشروع تخفيض كربون بالطاقه الشمسيه. كل مبانينا غطيناها بالطاقه الشمسيه. كنا بندفع فاتوره كهرباء شهريه بحوالي حاجه و40,000 جنيه مصري. بعد ما عملنا مشروع الطاقة الشمسية انخفضت الفاتورة ل 12,000. فده تخفيض يقدر بإن احنا قللنا انبعاثاتنا ووفرنا الحافظة المالية بتاعتنا، فده شيء كويس. وهكذا في شركات كتير جدا ابتدت في الكلام ده على أساس إنها عارفة إن الحوافز المالية شيء مهم هيأثر على حافظتك المالية، وفي نفس الوقت انت بتحافظ على البيئه، فده بيشجع اكتر الاستثمار. انا كنت لسه مع حد من البنوك في مصر فبيقول لي ان احنا دلوقتي المشاريع هتبتدي يتم ربطها. طبعا كل المشاريع كل الناس لما بتبتدي شغلها اصلا والمصانع شغاله على القروض في البنوك، فلما بيجي ياخد قرض عشان ازود خط انتاج او حاجه هيربطوا بانبعاثاته، فهيقول له لا انت عندك انبعاثات كذا، او انت هتعمل مشاريع تخفيض عشان ارضى اديك القرض تشتغل بيه. ايه تاني؟ تمويل مشاريع المناخ والشفافيه، الاستدامه، تعزيز السمعه. بقت من الاشياء المهمه جدا لدى الشركات تعزز صورتها المؤسسيه كشركه مسؤوله بيئيا. ما بقاش الموضوع في ان انا عندي فلوس كذا، قد ما هو انا بعرف اوفر طاقه كذا، بعرف اقلل انبعاثات كذا. كل الكلام ده مهم جدا، والشركات بقت تاخده بعين الاعتبار، والممولين والبنوك التمويليه بقت تاخده بعين الاعتبار. وشيء مهم جدا ان احنا ننتبه له كدول عربيه ونشوف احنا فين من هذا السباق. جذب الاستثمارات، المستثمرين بقوا مش هم بس اللي مهتمين بالاستدامه، لا ده الشركات اللي هتمولك مهتمه بالاستدامه. الوصول الى اسواق جديده، طبعا شفنا الكلام ده في سيبام. يعني مثلا قضيه سيبام جايه من ايه؟ ان انت في 6 سلع قالوا لك مش هيخشوا اوروبا من 1/1/26. الحديد، الهيدروجين، الكهرباء، الالومنيوم، الاسمنت، الاسمده. طب لو ما دخلوش بقى الاسواق الاوروبيه، على سبيل المثال في مصر احنا بنصدر اسمده بنسبه 79% من الناتج المحلي. لو الاسواق دي اتقفلت قدام الناس اصحاب الشركات دي، طبعا كارثه. ما كناش من دلوقتي نبتدي نحل لهم مشاكلهم بان احنا نقول لهم سيبام عايز ايه؟ عايز انك تديله تقارير عن الكربون فوت برنت بتاعه بتاع المنتج بتاعك لمده كل 3 شهور. طب تمام، التقارير تبقى جاهزه، تبقى التقارير بيشترط فيها الشفافيه، ما ينفعش تبعت ارقام وهميه او نضرب ارقام، لازم نقول الكلام الحقيقي اللي عندنا عشان نقدر نشتغل بعد كده على نفسنا. ايه تاني؟ الامتثال للوائح. CBAM دي آلية وضعها اوروبا، لازم نمتثل ليها كدول مصدره للاتحاد الاوروبي. ايه الخطوات للحصول على شهادات الكربون؟ تقييم البصمه الكربونيه، وضع خطه للانبعاثات، تنفيذ الخطه، التحقق والمصادقه، والحصول على الشهاده. دي اهم سايكل اللي انا عايزه اقول ان كل الدول ابتدت تحط الخطوات دي ليها وتمشي عليها علشان في الاخر يبقى عندها شهاده كربون. السايكل دي بتبتدي من ان انا عندي كجهه، دي الدوره اللي ماشيه في جمهوريه مصر العربيه. احنا عندنا سوق طوعي، ودوره الاطراف هي دي بتبتدي من حد من مطوري المشروع بيبتدي ينفذ على ديزاين مشروع لتخفيض البصمه الكربونيه، واخد الميثودولوجي العالميه ايزو 1464 الجزء الثاني واخدها في الاعتبار، وشايف ان النسب لازم تقل بكذا. طب ايه المشروع؟ مش كل مشروع ينفع لكل حاجه، كل صناعه ليها المشاريع اللي تخصها. فانا بدرس الصناعه قبل ما اعمل بقى مشروع التخفيض، لازم ابقى عامله ايه؟ لازم ابقى قايسه، عندي قياس للمصنع بتاعي او للمنتج بتاعي. هو انا ينفع اقول ان المشروع ده ينفع تخفيض ولا مش تخفيض؟ هو انا عارفه الناس مشكلتها فين، في سكوب 1 ولا 2 ولا 3؟ لا، لازم ابقى قايسه الكربون عندي في المصنع شكله عامل ازاي. اكبر مصدر عندي للانبعاثات دي الهوت سبوت بتاعتي في المصنع وفي منتجي. لازم اقول ان مشكلتي في سكوب 1، لا انا مشكلتي في سكوب 2، لا انا كمصنع ثالث سكوب 3. هو جهات الخدميه مثلا اللي عندها انبعاثات مشكلتها في سكوب 3، مصنع مشكلته في الطاقه فهتلاقيه في سكوب 2، مصنع تاني في الرو ماتيريال والشغل بتاعه نفسه هو اللي عنده المشكله الكبيره في سكوب 1، وهكذا. يبقى انا الاول اقيس البصمه الكربونيه، يبقى كده الزام على كل الناس لازم تحدد البصمه الكربونيه ليها كمصانع او شركات او منتجات. بعد ما حددت هجيب احد بقى مطوري المشاريع دي يدرس لي الحاله بتاعتي، يقول لي انا فين وايه اللي لازم اركز عليه. يقول لي انت عندك مشكله في 1. طيب يلا هنعمل ايه؟ هنفكر ازاي. زي ما بقول لحضرتك كده، المشاريع دي بتبقى دايما مبتكره وخارج الصندوق. الناس مش ما تفكرش طول الوقت، لا احنا طول الوقت بنفكر هنعمل خلايا شمسيه. لا يا جماعه، نشوف الصناعه موديانا على فين ونشتغل عليها، نشوف المشكله الحقيقيه فين ونشتغل عليها. فاحنا هنشوف احد مطوري هذه بقى المشاريع هيقول لك المشكله فين، وهيبتدي يحط لك ديزاين. انا مستهدف ان اعمل تخفيض 10 طن 100 طن في السنه دي. طيب المشروع ده هيحقق لي ده؟ هات جهه مصادقه، فاليديشن بادي معتمده من جهه دوليه او جهه محليه بس تكون ليها اعتماد يعني، ويقول لك انا بعد ما درست المشروع وطبقا للايزو 1464 الجزء الثاني فانت حققت الميثودولوجي دي، فانا بصادق على هذا المشروع. يبتدي الجزء الثالث، الجزء الرابع، ان يبتدي تسجيل المشروع ده في احد سجلات خفض الانبعاثات. بعدها الخطوه اللي بعدها الشركه هتنفذ المشروع اللي قالت هيتم في سنه، تبتدي تراقب الشركه الانبعاثات ابتدت تقل ولا لا. انا هعمل دوره كل 3 شهور هروح اشوف الكربون فعلا قل، هعمل جرد وحصر الانبعاثات كلها الاقي بالفعل المشروع قل. بعد المرور المده اللي انا محدداها ان التايم بتاعها سنه 6 شهور 9 شهور وهكذا، هلاقي ان المشروع حقق التارجت بتاعه. فهعمل ايه؟ هجيب جهه فيريفيكيشن بادي تعمل لي تحقق من اللي اتقال في الستيب 3. هلاقي ان المشروع بالفعل تم التخفيض اللي كان مطلوب والمراد منه، انه هو فعلا حط تارجت ليه 10 طن 100 طن بالفعل اتخفضوا. في الستيب دي خلاص انا خلاص دلوقتي بقيت عايز اصدر الشهاده بقى، بروح لجهه اصدار الشهاده، هيتم اصدار شهاده خفض الكربون. في الخطوه التاسعه هي التداول. يتم التداول عليه في الاسواق اللي ينبغي او اللي الناس شايفاها ممكن دي يتم التداول فيها. ممكن ناس حابه تداول هذه الشهادات، ولو معترف بيه في اوروبا روح اعمل تداول في اسواق كربون الزامي مش طوعي، والاسعار طبعا ما بين الالزامي والطوعي كبيره جدا. فلو لقى الحق في هذا فهتروح ويتم التداول وتبقى حققت التارجت اللي انت عايزه. دي قصه اسواق الكربون، ودي قصه الخطوات عشان تحصل في الاخر على شهاده. وانا تحت امركم في اي اسئله. انا البرزنتيشن بتاعي خلص خلاص. اوكي، سلايد ايه الاخير؟ عايزاه؟ طب انا ممكن اتيح البرزنتيشن، مفيش مشكله، تحت امرك. اسمع حضرتك. طيب، ربط ما بين الاسواق الطوعيه والالزاميه. اوكي،
يعطيك العافية. بس حبيت أعرف إذا في ربط ما بين أسواق الكربون اللي موجودة على مستوى العالم.
لا.
والسؤال الثاني، كيف نتأكد إنه وحدات اللي بتنباع ما بتنباع أكثر من مرة في الأسواق المختلفة؟
يعني إحنا من جانبنا في جمهورية مصر العربية أصدرنا قرارات كتير جدا من الهيئة العامة للرقابة المالية، لأن هي المنوط ليها الكلام اللي حضرتك بتقوله، وحطت شروط لشطب الجهات اللي هتتعامل أكتر من مرة. حطت إزاي أضمن ضمانة لعدم تكرار التداول في أكثر من جهة. فده يرجع القوانين اللي هتحطها المملكة، القوانين اللي هتحطها الدول لضمان عدم التداول في أكتر من مرة. منها إن السجل اللي أنت هتسجل فيه الشهادة محمي بباركود ورقم للشهادة، مش يعني هتكشفوا أي حاجة في دول العالم. زي بالظبط الشهادات بتاعت 9000 في أماكن أنت بتدخل رقم الشهادة بتاعت 9000 الايزو 9001 بتدخلها على ويب سايت تقول لك الشهاده دي مش صحيحه او مزوره، او الشهاده دي تم اصدارها من جهه غير الجهه وهكذا. ففي منصه هتكون محميه، وهي ده الغرض من السجل، ان هيبقى له باركود وليه رقم. الشهاده كربون ليها رقم، اي جهه هتقرر تداول في اي مكان هتكشف. اتفضلي.
شكرا جزيلا. يعني يكون عندنا مثل حضرتك هالقد عارف باسواق الكربون بهاي الطريقه وبهذا الفهم العميق. انا سمعت شوي واضطريت اني اطلع اعمل مكالمه وارجع اكمل، يمكن فاتتني جزئيه وممكن حكيتيها، فاعذريني اذا ممكن اسال سؤال. ارتكل 6 اللي طبعا احنا قاعدين بنحكي اصلا بارتكل 6،
احنا ما قلناش حكايه غير
ارتكل 6 بالضبط. فارتكل 6 بباكو مؤخرا اللي كانت ماخذه جزء كثير كبير من النقاشات. كخبيره حضرتك، انا بشتغل ادابتيشن اكثر، فممكن بالميتيجيشن نستفيد منك بشكل موسع. بتشوفي فعليا النتائج اللي صدرت مؤخرا من باكو ضمن التفصيلات اللي ذكرت بالقرار النهائي، هل بتشوفيها لصالح الدول النامية؟ هل بتشوفي زي الاحتفاء اللي صار فيها هل هو كافي؟ ماذا نريد في البرازيل إذا بدنا نرحل جزء من حواراتنا حول أسواق الكربون لكوب ريو دي جانيرو؟ شو بتتوقعي ممكن لازم يكون في عنا أدوار حتى نحقق أكثر ارتكل 6 بما يضمن العدالة؟ يعني احنا عارفة ان احنا باحثين بالنهاية على حاجة واحدة، هي الانخفاضات تقل والكربون يقل والكلايمت تشينج ينحد، ودرجة ونص ودرجة ونص درجتين حتى نهاية كل الحوارات دي. كيف بتشوفي انه احنا شو الحقيقي اللي تحقق؟
في خطوات،
شو اللي تحقق وشو اللي احنا عن جد لازم ينعمل عليه؟ شكرا.
العفو. هو في خطوات كتير اتخذت من الدول العربية، يعني إنشاء أسواق كربونية أصلاً ده شيء كان مهم وكان لازم يحصل من بدري شوية، لكن إحنا من اتفاقية باريس من 2015 والناس ما اشتغلت على حالها في البلاد العربية، وإحنا اعتدنا ده في الصناعات. يعني إحنا قعدنا كتير جدا مع الصناعات المختلفة. إحنا عندنا مشكلة إن إحنا بنيجي دايماً في التايم النهائي، يعني بعد الدقيقة 90 نبتدي نقول يلا نشتغل. وده اكبر الاخطاء اللي بنقع فيها، ما بنبتديش من بدري، على الرغم ان احنا لو ابتدينا من بدري هنحقق اهداف اكتر بكتير من الاهداف المرجوه. فانا شايفه ان احنا ابتدينا، لكن البدايه دي محتاجه ان احنا بنتحسس فيها. يعني ما هياش يعني كأن انا بشتغل وخايفه. ليه؟ محتاجه جراءه شويه من الحكومات، انها ليه ما نشئش سوق طوعي الزامي؟ ليه ما احطش حدود للانبعاثات؟ ليه ما ابتديش افكر ان انا اعمل داتا اناليسز لكل الصناعات على مستوى الدول، وابتدي افكر ازاي انا اخد الخطوات؟ ليه مستنيه ان فلان ياخد لي القرار؟ يعني انا شايفه ان احنا مستنيين اوروبا هتاخد قرار الحد بتاع الانبعاثات. طب انا فين؟ ما انا هعمل، ما انا عندي صناعه، ما الدول عندها صناعه. هو انا لو قعدت استنى الناس هي اللي تحط لي وانا امشي على قواعدهم ده غلط. انا المفروض ما امشيش على قواعد حد، انا احط لنفسي وانا اقول انا فين واشتغل. فهي محتاجه جرأه من صاحب القرار في كل دوله. بس يا رب اكون جاوبت. اتفضل.
طيب السلام عليكم.
السلام.
اولا شكرا يا دكتوره على البرزنتيشن الجميل ده، وصراحه كلام وافي وشافي.
الحمد لله.
واللغه العربيه يمكن ساعدت كثير يعني.
الحمد لله.
لكن انا عندي سؤال يعني بالنسبه لاسواق الكربون وبالتحديد فيما يخص السيستم بتاع السيرتيفيكيشن. يعني انت شايفه انه السيستم ده يعني كده فعال؟ يعني انا يعني حسب معلوماتي المتواضعه انه اي سيرتيفيكيشن سيستم مفترض يكون فيه 3 جهات: الجانب الحكومي وجانب القطاع الخاص ويكون في طرف ثالث محايد.
اوكي.
يعني عشان السيستم يكون افكتيف وما يكون في اي كونفليكت اوف انترست والكلام ده.
هو انا ليا سؤال لحضرتك بس.
تمام.
هو احنا السجل اصلا او السيستم الشهادات في سيستم عربي موجود؟
ما انا ده سؤالي.
ما في سجلات حضرتك، السجل فيرا وجولد ستاندر.
أيوة.
واحنا يعني لسه بنفكر هنعمل. السعوديه قامت بوضع حاجه مثيله، لكن احنا ما عملناش حاجه.
اذا نحن عشان نضمن
احنا محتاجين
يعني
نعمل بس نبني السوق الاول.
أيوة. اسواق كربون فعاله لابد انه من البدايه نفكر فيه، يكون عندنا ساوند ستاندردز ويكون عندنا ساوند سيرتيفيكيشن سيستم. دي حاجه. السؤال الثاني يا دكتوره بالنسبه للجهات اللي بتدي الشهادات بتاعت هل في اكريديتيشن بوديز عالميه قاعد تعتمدها ولا يستيل نحن بنعتمد فقط على سيستمنا الداخلي؟ شكرا.
طيب هو مبدئيا بس احنا ما فيش دلوقتي سجلات في الوطن العربي. السجل لسه بيتعمل في مصر. في فيرا وجولد ستاندر موجودين، دول سجلات عالميه. في ستاندر ايزو 17035 ده بيتكلم على البرنامج الخاص اللي زي سجلات فيرا وجولد ستاندر. لسه بنبتدي نعمل اكريديتيشن ليه، ما حدش ابتدى خد السكوب بتاعه. فاحنا في انتظار ان يبتدي فعلا الشغل الجد اللي على ارض الواقع. احنا في الدول ما اخدناش خطوات فعاله ولا يعني يمكن في مصر حطوا الصوره ولقوا في قوانين عايزه تتغير فغيروها. في تشريعات لازم تنشأ من جديد. يمكن الهيئه العامه للرقابه الماليه من نهايه يعني 23 بدايات 23 ونهايات 22 لحد 24 اصدرت اكتر من 19 قرارات. ارجو ان الاطلاع عليها. يعني لو دخلتوا على الويب سايت بتاع الهيئه العامه للرقابه الماليه هتلاقوا هي حطت بروسيس كامله للموضوع بالتنسيق مع البورصه المصريه والتنسيق مع الوزارات المعنيه. نفسي الموضوع يكتمل لان احنا كل دي البدايه. انت بتحط قوانين وبتحط تشريعات عشان تبقى على ارض تقدر تتكلم من خلالها. فلسه الموضوع ما اكتملش، فاحنا محتاجين بس استكمال من صاحب القرار انه يقول اولا سوق الكربون يتحول من طوعي لالزامي عشان الناس تبتدي تشوف. لان انا شايفه ان ده وراه مكسب حقيقي للدول العربيه. احنا ما عندناش انبعاثات بالقدر اللي خوفنا، بالعكس ده احنا اللي هنكسب من ورا الكلام ده.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
بشكر حضرتك كتير جدا جدا جدا. يعني حتى العنوان جذاب ان الانسان يكون انترست انه يحضر يعني، والعرض بتاع حضرتك شيق وجذاب يعني. ربنا يبارك في حضرتك.
شكرا.
هو استفسار يعني ما عنديش معلومه مؤكده، هل الشغل بتاع اصدار الشهادات دي تحت مظله حكوميه ممكن القطاع الخاص ممكن فيما بعد ممكن يكون ليه ياخد مثلا لاينسز من الحكومه انه يشتغل في نفس المجال؟
هو انا هو تحت مظله حكوميه.
هل
القطاع الخاص يشتغل في تداول الكلام ده؟
ياخد لاينس من الحكومه ويعمل نفس الستيبس يعني اعتقد
مش عارفه يبقى مسموح، على الاقل في الوقت الحالي مش هيبقى مسموح بالكلام ده لغايه الدنيا ما تقف على رجليها يعني لان حضرتك عارف في الامور دي امور خطيره جدا، مش شرط يعني مش هنقدر ناخد فيها القرار دلوقتي. تمام. لكن على الاقل لما نلاقي الامور ثابته بالنسبه لنا.
طيب الحاجه الثانيه اللي بتقول لي حضرتك اصدار الشهاده، هل الشهاده الفاليديشن بتاعها لها مده معينه ولا خلاص؟
شهاده الكربون بتبقى ب 1 طن 1 طن CO2 equivalent، ودي بيتم تداولها وتحط لها فتره زمنيه بتجدد.
فتره دي بقى
يعني في سنه وفي 3 سنين على حسب الشهاده نفسها.
تمام.
يعني في سنه شهاده مدتها سنه وفي شهاده مدتها 3 سنوات.
شكرا حضرتك. شكرا.
اي اسئله؟ انا سعيده ان انا معاكم. اتفضل. اتفضل.
السلام عليكم.
حاضر.
يمكن انا حضرت جزء من البرزنتيشن، للاسف ما كنت من البدايه، لكن الى الان موضوع قياس الانبعاثات الكربونيه سواء كانت من خلينا نقول امتصاص الكربون من الغطاء النباتي او اي معاملات اخرى، الى الان هذه اعتقد عندنا في اغلب الدول العربيه معضله الى الان، لا توجد جهات تستطيع ان تقيس مدى امتصاصها. اليوم يعني احنا في الكوب 16 نتكلم عن الغطاء النباتي، فالتوجه الى الاشجار الغطاء النباتي تحديدا اللي ممكن يكون افكتيف اكثر في امتصاص الكربون ويقلل علينا المده. الى الان ما نعرف، ما في جايد لاينز انه والله هذه الانواع من النباتات من الغطاء النباتي تستطيع ان تخفض نسبه كذا من الكربون، وبالتالي احنا نتوجه لهذا النوع من النبات.
طيب انا حابه بس يعني هو مش كان موضوع البرزنتيشن، بس انا حابه اقول انترودكشن كده على موضوع البصمه الكربونيه. البصمه الكربونيه هي عمليه جرد وحصر الانبعاثات السبعه اللي هم ثاني اكسيد الكربون، الميثان، اكسيد النيتروز، واربع غازات فلوريه. دي السبع انبعاثات دول احنا كل اللي بنعمله ان احنا بنعمل جرد وحصر بيهم. فحضرتك بتعمل ايه؟ حضرتك بتشوف مثلا لو هتعمل على اورجانيزيشن حضرتك تمتلكها، بتشوف ايه هي كميه الاستهلاكات اللي عندك بتندرج تحت سكوب واحد كل ما تمتلكه المنشاه الخاصه بحضرتك، وتقول انا انبعاثاتي من السكوب واحد ده مقدارها كذا. بتنقسم لسيارات تمتلكها، المنشأة لها انفراستراكشر اكيوبمنت بتصدر منها انبعاثات، البروسيس نفسها يعني الكلينكر احد الانبعاثات اللي موجوده في البروسيس بتاعت الاسمنت. دي كده تبقى حضرتك عملت حصر السي او 2 في سكوب 1. سكوب 2 كل ما يخص الطاقه والبخار والتبريد وبتعمل حصر بيه. سكوب 3 كل ما خلاف ذلك ولا تمتلكه. دي اول سكوب دايركت ايميشن، تاني سكوب اندايركت ايميشن، تالت سكوب اندايركت ايميشن. الثلاثه دول لما بتجمعهم دي انبعاثاتك الكربونيه للمنشاه بتاعتك او لمنتجك او للجهه الخدميه اللي تمتلكها. بعد ما خلصنا ده بندور على زي ما قلت لحضرتك كده، احنا بنشوف احسن الحلول والابتكارات اللي تقلل لك انبعاثات الكربونيه. مش مسطره، يعني ما ينفعش اقول ان حضرتك عشان تقلل انبعاثاتك هتستخدم كذا، ما ينفعش. لازم اشوف الحاجات اللي تتماشى مع المنتج. في اقصد اقولي في كرايتيريا كتير جدا داخله في الموضوع عشان اقدر احدد ايه هو المناسب ليك. بالنسبه للنباتات بشكل عام فما فيش لغايه دلوقتي حد عمل دراسه متكامله النبات ده ينفع فين ويعمل ايه ويقلل قد ايه. في بعض الشركات اجتهدت وحطت ان النبات ده ممكن يقلل لك CO2 شكله عامل ازاي، لكن مش هقدر افيد حضرتك لانها كلها دراسات وليست دوكيمنت ستاندر، يعني ما اقدرش اقول ان ده معيار قياسي يعني. لسه ما طلعتش. ربنا يسهل يعني، تصدر حاجه تبقى في ايدينا نتكلم عليها، لكن طول ما هي مش في ايدينا هتكلم عليها ازاي؟ نبات بيقلل قد ايه؟ الامتصاص. هي المعادله موجوده، بس هو الدكتور كان بيسال على قولي لي النبات ده هيقلل لي كميه كذا. ما هي دي لسه جايه، فعشان كده بقول مش ستاندر. اول ما يبقى موجود الستاندر اللي يقول لك ده هيقلل قد ايه، يعني المنجروف، انا عارفه ان المنجروف من ضمن الحاجات النباتات اللي هي في نباتات كتير على فكره، في نباتات كتير غير المنجروف، في نباتات وفي قياسات بتقول، يعني في طريقه قياسيه، ولو هعرف اشير الكلام ده هتواصل ان شاء الله، يعني الشركه تساعدني في ان يتواصلوا مع حضراتكم ونبعت لكم الطرق القياسيه لحسابها. جميل. في طرق قياسيه لحسابها، في ستاندر موجوده لحسابات على اللاب، يعني ممكن اشيرها للباشمهندس وهو يشيرها لحضراتكم، ما فيش مشكله خالص.
شكرا.
لو في اي اسئله تاني انا تحت امركم، انا خدت وقتي واكتر، ولا انا كده تمام؟
دكتوره عندي سؤال بس.
اتفضل يا فندم.
هل احنا الان ممكن نوصل لمستوى الالزاميه؟ هل هذا من ضمن تصوركم في مصر ان حيكون في الزاميه؟
والله هو سؤال صعب
لان خلينا نكون واقعيين، اذا ما كان في الزاميه ما حد هيشتغل
فعلا، ولا حد هيقيس.
ايش الحل؟
يعني الحل ان يبقى في قرار يلزم.
يعني احنا لو نقعد نبني، اوكي انت تقولي ما نبغى نوصل نكون اخر الناس، بعدين نعمل اللي سووه الاوروبيين التيبيكال، ونبغى نسوي شيء لنا.
صحيح.
طيب ما في عندنا احنا الزاميه، اوروبا في الزاميه.
هو
واثر على تكاليف الكوست.
طبعا هو لو في سوق الزامي، بغض النظر بقى عن الزام ما سبق، يعني انا مثلا مش هلزم الشركات بانها تقيس انبعاثاتها الكربونيه، مش هلزمهم، لكن هلزم السوق، يبقى في سوق الزامي للكربون، هتلاقي كل الناس لازم تقيس ولازم تخفض ويبقى في شغل. بس فالخطوه تيجي من ايه؟ لو انا مش عايز دلوقتي اقول بكره الصبح كل المصانع لازم تقيس بصمتها الكربونيه، بس انا لو عملت سوق الزامي هيسمع معايا في حكايه القياس. على سبيل المثال احنا كبلاد جاهزين لده. احنا ينقصنا بعض الحاجات. اولا البيلدينج كاباسيتي، لازم يعني يبقى عندنا صفات من الناس، يبقى في صف من الناس مدرب وعارف يقيس كربون، لان مش كل الناس عارفه البصمه الكربونيه، مش كل الناس عارفاها وعارفه تقيسها. عايزين توعيه اكتر، عايزين تدريب اكتر، محتاجين نبني الموضوع بالكامل، لانه فعلا الموضوع مش واخد الحيز في الدول العربيه كمان، الحيز المطلوب.
دكتورة سؤال ثاني، هل ممكن نقول ان الكربون هو الطاقه؟ هل هذا التعريف صحيح؟
لا هو مش طاقه بس،
هو مش طاقه بس، يمثل 90%.
يمثل بس محتاجين برضو، يعني عشان بس نبقى في دقه في التعبير. لا ما اقدرش اقول على الكربون طاقه بس، ما اقدرش، لان في بعض الصناعات هتلاقي ان الطاقه دي اخر حاجه فيها. في حد عنده اسئله تانية؟ المملكه شغاله في موضوع
في حوالي تقريبا حسب معلوماتي 25 27 شركه سعوديه اشترت فعلا رصيد الكربون وشغاله في المجال تقريبا من دول افريقيه. الموضوع يعني فالمملكه الحمد لله يعني
الحمد لله
شغاله في الموضوع ده.
الحمد لله.
شكرا جزيلا.
تمام. طيب تطلبي حاجه تاني، اسئله تانية؟ شكرا. العنوان، ما هو للاسف انا مش كاتبه لا اسمي ولا عنواني يعني، بس انا ممكن اديكم رقمي ولو حد عايز يتواصل معايا ما عنديش مشكله خالص. 01010 مصري 002 10 7 250 51. مهندسة إكرام سعيد. تحت أمركم. إكرام سعيد. لا يا فندم، أنا وزارة الصناعة، بس شايفة عشان كانت دايما الصناعة، القصة جت من إن الصناعة متهمة طول الوقت إنها هي سبب انبعاثات الكون يعني، فأنا قلت أثبت لهم العكس، أقول لهم لو إحنا استخدمنا جرين واشتغلنا حلو وعملنا كل حاجة صح هنبقى الصناعة صديقة البيئة، فده الموضوع يعني. شكرا، كتر خيرك. ده واتس واتس كل حاجه. واتس يا فندم، واتس. تأمرين بحاجه؟ لا حاضر، عيني حاضر. امركم. ماشي، شكرا، سلام عليكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us today in this afternoon. I'm Firas Hassan, partner PwC Middle East, looking after sustainability. And I'm glad to be here with my colleague, Christian Konnertz, who is leading ESG for us. And she's coming from Germany. So thank you for being here. We are going to discuss today the ESG evolution and also how we can unlock ESG as part of our real estate developments, which is a very critical topic for COP as well as for our developments and our projects. Especially that this transformational journey has been taking a while now, and as Saudi Arabia, I believe we have a very good opportunity to become the lead in ESG and in this transformation, especially that we have a lot of newly developed projects. Also, we have a lot of regeneration projects. So we are glad to have this discussion with you today and see how we can start embedding ESG and confirming the position of Saudi Arabia as a leader in this sector.
Yeah, thank you, Firas. Hello from my side. I'm very honored to be here today. I've been focusing for more than 12 years now on sustainability in the built environment, really passionate about the topic. And I think it's really great. We have kind of achieved a milestone right now. I think that's also reflected with the 3 main UN conferences at the end of this year. So in October, the biodiversity conference took place in Colombia. Last month, we had the climate change conference in Baku. And now it's great to be here today in Riyadh, looking at how we can combat desertification. And I think looking at the topics of these 3 really important conferences, also in the context of the ESG transformation and the built environment, it's really great to see that it's on the overall agenda right now, that there is a triangle to consider. It's not only about climate change and climate protection. Of course, it's one of the main topics. It's also about nature, about how we tackle biodiversity loss, because we won't tackle one crisis without tackling the other one. And last but not least, it's about land use. And that is kind of what this conference is about. And it's great to be here, that also to see, and I totally agree with you, the Kingdom is uniquely positioned to drive that agenda, to be leading here. And because it has really ambitious targets. You mentioned Vision 2030, and then it also tackles all the various topics in a holistic way.
Yeah, indeed. This is very important point. I believe this triangle, Christian, it's very important. And also, I believe Vision 2030 give sustainability and ESG very important aspect and angle. And that's why I believe by the more we are achieving from Vision 2030 goals and objectives, the more sustainable we are. Across the different levels. Another important aspect and point is that our sector is accused that it's responsible for 40% of the CO2 emissions. And this creates a very urgent intervention. And that's why we've seen a lot of movement, whether part of the SDGs, part of Vision 2030, as well as Paris Agreement, which are trying to put and to govern this issue in a very critical way. And this is why we have COP, and that's why we are in Saudi. It's very important and very great opportunity because we can do a lot. And here is, we are seeing a lot of investments coming all over the world. And as part of our sentiment report that we've done at the beginning of this year, and you were part of this, Christian, for sure. We've learned that investors from all over the world, from Europe, from Americas, from Asia, East Asia, and the Middle East as well, are very much interested to come and invest in the real estate sector in Saudi. But all of them asked for or recommended to see a proof for change. And this requires how we are embedding renewable energies as part of our development, and what are the bold steps that are being taken to bring those and unlock those investments to the Saudi market. So there is a global awareness. Everyone is trying to come and invest in this important sector. Cash is there, opportunities are there. The most important thing is to have bold moves in embedding ESG and sustainability as part of our development value chain. This is moving, I believe, from being something good to have to must to have, because otherwise we will not be able to upscale and leverage or unlock the great opportunities we have in this sector.
Yeah. So you mentioned our international investor sentiment interviews. We conducted them at the beginning of this year, and it was really great discussions. So we spoke to private equity companies from the US, we spoke to NGOs, we spoke to pension funds from Singapore, from Japan, Australia, and we really asked them, what do you need? What is important to you if you want to interest into real estate projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? And first of all, each one of them was really keen and open to, and said, oh yeah, we would love to invest there. We are really, so there is this appetite to look at this region. And then what I said, of course, we need clarity and certainty regarding the regulatory environment. But putting that aside, I think what we also saw, and that was also really interesting for us, coming for me from Europe, is so we want ESG standards being complied with. And what we also learned there was really, so the highest standards win. So coming from Europe, there's a big talk about, oh, we see so much regulations, and we have a trouble with harmonizing regulation with the European level, with the member states, and so it's kind of a competition for higher ESG standards. And then it's also, of course, someone said you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs, so it needs to go step by step, and we need to work on the wording and to harmonize each one of it. So, but coming back to the International Investor Sentiment Report, there we learned, for example, that pension funds from Australia, Japan and said, okay, we want, even if when we invest in Saudi real estate, we would like to have European sustainable finance requirements being complied with. For example, part of the European taxonomy regulation. So, and what also was clear from the discussion was it's about transparency. So we'd love, looking at ESG reporting, but also really reporting about the status quo in an honest and open way. Not looking at shiny marketing pushes, but really, disclosing facts and also you mentioned I think you used the word bold, being confident enough to disclose where we see room for further potential. So that was really, a good thing. And I think coming also back with the opportunities we see right now, so what international investors want. So with Vision 2030, the national investment strategy, we really see ambitious targets here in the in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which are aligned with global sustainable development goals and targets, but also really pushing and driving that overall agenda.
Yeah, indeed, and that's why I believe Saudi have a lot of unrevealed experiences and stories to tell. So applying the global taxonomy is always challenging because we need to make it more local, embedded within the society and the way of doing business as well as the climate, right? So it's very important to agree on a taxonomy that really fits our standards and our climate and our DNA within the market. And this is, I believe, there should be a call for a regulatory framework to be issued that fits our DNA, if you want to call it. Back to the point regarding the implementation of sustainability within the real estate developments, we can see that Saudi already have a lot of success stories, right? For example, the implementation of the Salmani architecture and how it's being embedded, the relation between the development themselves and their community. This is a very important element as part of a lot of the new developments that are happening. Also, we have a lot of regeneration projects that are happening, and this gives a golden opportunity for intervention in relation to the sustainability and also the new developments that are happening across different areas where new communities are being built. This always helps in to highlight and also to start integrating ESG and the guidelines of ESG as part of the journey. And this is, I believe, puts us in a very good position to be again in the driver's seat and in a leading seat to increase the consideration of sustainability within our communities and developments.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think also we have many discussions in our global network, also what is happening on the global geopolitical agenda and what is happening in the different regions when it comes to regulation. And so looking at Saudi Arabia, you mentioned it, but I think it's really good to see that for the rest of the world to see what is happening here and what we can learn from that. So it's really, as you said, it's a really ambitious target. So that's the first one. Then I think it's really important, it's about communities and to make that link there to really increase the resilience and livability of the communities. And last but not least, you can look around, and I think Thomas, our global leader, mentioned it. You can really see how the strong focus on innovation, digitalization, and in combination with looking at cultural heritage like the Salmani architecture. And you see, with following this approach, it's really, you're uniquely positioned here to drive the ESG agenda.
Yeah, indeed, and that's why I believe many of the major developers started to consider this as part of their development journey. Many people still to be skeptic about the associated cost of implementing sustainability considerations as part of their journey, but based on the case studies and the global experiences we learned from the network, it is always, it shouldn't be looked at the short term. So ESG and sustainability needs to be looked from the medium to long term, and that's why there is a big call for developers and people who are interested within this value chain, all the stakeholders, to start embedding it. If we have a well-maintained asset for a long period of time, the value is going to increase. So even though at the beginning it might look that we are having additional premium in the cost to achieve ESG, knowing that we can have a lot of alternatives and we might not achieve very high premium, but let's assume this is the case. This is going to end up having a better value in the medium to long term. And here I would like also to highlight the importance of data and data management, how much we are able to collect and gather data during our development value chain across all the development value chain, because data always helps us come up with better solutions and be effective in our management for the assets or the process. So data is a very important thing that we need to overcome and needs to be taken into consideration along with other considerations. So in Saudi, we believe we have a very good foundation. There are areas of improvement. Data is one. Risk management is another important element that needs to be taken, because it's all about how we manage our risk and first how we understand the associated risks. So the double materiality or the risk assessment is very important for all the developments in our projects.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you, Firas. Maybe also coming back to the point of value drivers, there is not only one, but there are many which need to be considered. So we have had lengthy discussion with our valuation colleagues, and so I think a few days ago we saw an updated version of the Red Book of Real Estate Valuation where for the first time really ESG factors are being considered as value drivers to determine what is the market value of real estate assets. Then we also see more and more insurance companies, for example, who refuse to insure real estate projects located in areas really prone to flooding or extreme weather events. And so this is also one value driver which is important. Then speaking to international investors, so strong focus on sustainable finance, attracting capital flows there. So that is also be one factor which needs to be considered. And I think also when ESG and sustainability done right, then you will see the economic benefit. And you mentioned the life cycle analysis. And looking at development here, so it's good to see that also the entire life cycle of the property and also later building operations are already being considered in the planning and construction phase to bring down costs by environmentally friendly construction and also operation methods. So it's really broad area.
Yeah, and that's why there is a lot of interventions that can happen. We shouldn't look only at projects which are going to be constructed or underdeveloped or in the planning phase. Also, we've seen a lot of case studies, Thomas, earlier in relation to areas which are under regeneration or interventions happens irrespective of where do we stand within the development value chain. So there is always a room to interfere, to adjust, to make our assets more sustainable and resilient, rather than just waiting for the new projects to come. So all of those needs to be properly assessed, understood, evaluated, and then a clear recommendation or action points can be taken. I believe the way we are right now, it's not a matter of just pushing people or asking people or creating awareness about this. Rather, it's a time where we need to take actions wherever we are, because otherwise the situation is going to be worse. We've seen a lot of climate crises that are happening, a lot of issues are happening and pushing us toward the sustainability. So it is the time to start taking, again, bold actions, clear actions to fix the situation as much as possible.
Yeah, maybe adding to that, so we had some various discussion with representatives of the sustainable finance platforms in Europe, and also about there's a strong focus in Europe right now about acceptance of the ESG topic, of ESG regulation, as I said before. And what they're saying is really, so we are right now in the lucky phase where it is about data collection and transparency. We are going to see other phases of the ESG transformation where physical risk like climate change, biodiversity loss will cause much more damage than they're doing now. And I think that's really important to keep in mind.
Yeah, again, I think whenever we talk about taxonomies, it's always a challenging point. We need to customize those taxonomies as much as possible. Sometimes it's good to apply best practice, but we need to customize it and make it more local. Again, before opening it to Q&A, if anyone have a question, I'm just want to conclude before leaving it for you, Christian, also to conclude. My final thoughts here, it is the time to take action rather than to wait for any more time or any more delays in this. Christian?
Perfect, yeah, I totally agree. And it's about doing it together. No one will solve it all. And it's about learning from each other and collaborating. So, like, again, so collaboration is a new competition, and I think that's something we need to live up to.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Really fascinating conversation. I love sustainable real estate. It's a passion of mine, so I could sit here and listen to you for hours. I think, particularly from my perspective, looking at sustainable city agenda, at the moment, when it comes to large cities, I come from London, so I've lived in London 24 years. We import about 95% of food into London and waste about 1/3 of it on the way there. That generates about 15.5 million tons of CO2 emissions every year. So looking at sustainable cities agenda, we cannot really have sustainable cities without food being grown in them. Yet my experience with the real estate developers are none of them really considering urban farming as being a viable option, particularly when we look at the cost of land and premium real estate being given to the housing. So my question is, are there any developers within the Kingdom of Saudi, for example, or that you are aware of in Europe that are really considering urban farming being a part of a commercial real estate and start looking at how we create an infrastructure for agriculture within our cities?
Would you like to start, Christian, in Europe?
So I think the first region that pops into my mind looking at that is Singapore. So I think they really started to focus it a couple of years ago. But I totally agree with you. That's also one of the aspects we need to consider when we look at real estate development. And it goes hand in hand with the biodiversity topics. So looking at the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So when you look at it closely, you see that the business case of the entire real estate industry globally has to change, will change over the upcoming years. So, and you need to have corridors between ecosystems. They can only go over existing building stocks in Europe. And you need to look at sealed areas as well. And in my personal opinion, we need to combine that with food production.
Yeah, if you allow me just to shed some light on the local market. It's not easy to consider agriculture and food production as part of our environment given the climate. But most importantly, I would like to highlight that the Salmani architecture, this unique architecture that we have, it integrates, it has a two-way communication between the asset and its neighborhood and its region. That's why there is interaction between this. Also the consideration of farming and land. This reflects the way people in this part of the world used to live, right? It's not only the agriculture, but also the animal presence or the way people were living in this part. So this Salmani architecture is not only a building which is environmentally friendly, but it also interacts with the community and the development around it. Sustainable food is always a challenge in cities. The climate is not easy, as I highlighted. I don't know if you got the opportunity to walk through, but this time I'm really happy to see how we are promoting for native plants, right? And native greeneries within the development, because those requires the minimum maintenance. Same applied to food production, because some type of crops or production requires a lot of water, and water is always an issue, especially in Saudi and in the region in general. So this is considered as part of the architecture that we are bringing to our community, but I believe more and more is required. Now we have the vertical farming, we have a lot of advance in technology that we can bring and we can embed as part of our developments. I agree, I believe that we are still shy in applying this, but more and more it's going to be embedded given the increase in awareness that we are having right now, post-COVID, post the 15 minutes principle that we had. So we are getting there, but still it is a bit lagging, if I want to call it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you both for the insights. Maybe given the numerous very ambitious initiatives going on in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with very ambitious targets, and we are very impressed every time we come here to see the progress and the developments. In terms of ESG, would you see any recommendation for any specific quick wins that could be achieved within the ESG ecosystem, given everything that's going on? Thanks.
Yeah, so we've touched on the Amani architecture initiatives and also other initiatives happening here right now, and I must say we were really impressed what is going on there. And when you speak about quick wins, I think it's about taking stock. And so ESG is a broad topic. You need to approach it in a holistic way. So you mentioned energy, for example. You need to look at it from a broad understanding of environmental, but also social targets. And then you really need to start learn to speak the same language. So what does ESG mean for you? What does sustainability mean for you? And what does that mean for your sector, for your business, for your day-to-day business? And you need to do that exchange, and then you can you will be surprised how many good things you're already doing.
Any other questions or?
I want to just give you the floor to Nadine Bitar. Just want to give the floor for you to highlight how important for real estate development companies to have a ESG framework to guide their reporting instead of just focusing on the reporting. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you, Nadine. It's great to see you here today. And you are helping us a lot to start to learn that same language when it comes to ESG. So it cannot do one alone. So, but we need to do it all together. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Presence of a framework is very important. It's not a matter of ticking the box, rather than converting it within the DNA of the firm. This is not an easy journey for developers. We need to be clear in understanding this and in tackling this challenge with the market. But we are going there, right? It's going to be challenging, but at the same time, it is doable. This has been applied all over the world. We have a very good opportunity to start applying it. We are in a bit better position because we are developing new communities. So this is very helpful. But at the same time, companies need to look at it as not, again, not a box to tick, rather than a DNA, applying it within all the development value chain, from planning till managing the asset or even exiting this asset. If we succeed in doing this, then we are going to have a better future and more robust assets.
Yeah, and I think, as I said, frameworks are essential, but we cannot forget, so it's all being developed. There's no one framework which is perfect. So I think it's really important to coming back. So we're speaking about the targets of the ESG transformation, but then the methodology
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Hello. Oh, it's All right, I'm gonna get started. Is it okay? All right. Are you sure? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. It's such a big crowd, and I'm really excited about this. No, but seriously, I'm really happy to be here. My name is Ala Ragab. I'm working as the Water Recycling Innovation Manager at Neom, and it is my pleasure to share with you Neom's vision for a circular water economy and what we're doing strategically in terms of water recycling to deliver on our vision and help combat desertification. As we all know, desertification refers to the degradation of land in terms of its productivity and its economic value. Water, soil, their quality, and their availability are all critical to contributing to desertification or even combating it. So, what are we doing at Neom? Well, first of all, Neom is a new region that's being developed in the northwest part of Saudi Arabia. We have a number of different sectors that we're developing under the Neom umbrella, and specifically, I'm going to be talking about the Neom water sector. In Neom Water, we have a vision to be a global water reference focused on improving water performance sustainably through world-class, smart, and connected infrastructure by utilizing the latest innovation and technology. To deliver on this vision, we've defined 6 key objectives. They're all designed to deliver a circular model that ultimately provides sustainable water as a core requirement for livability. Sustainable services to support livability is what we aim to deliver for our residents and our visitors in the Neom region. This is developed under the umbrella of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we have 4 key verticals to do that. The first one is producing water with the minimum environmental impact, especially when it comes to desalination and brine. We embrace brine mining and zero liquid discharge to deliver that. Additionally, we have a very ambitious target to deliver the lowest non-revenue water losses in the world. I don't know if you know, but about 30% of the water that we're producing, the clean water that's supposed to go for reuse, for our consumption, actually gets lost before it even reaches your tap because of aging piping and network infrastructures. Next, we have the work that we're doing on water recycling, which is to deliver energy-neutral wastewater treatment with 100% reuse and beneficial resource recapture and beneficial reuse. Ultimately, the different products that we recover from these traditionally waste streams will be developed as downstream economies that can support local development and jobs. So what is water recycling? You're probably more familiar with it as sewage treatment. And what we're trying to do in Neom is move away from a very traditional linear approach to sewage treatment, which is you collect your waste, you treat it, you discharge it, having treated it to be safe for discharge. However, there is a lot of value and resources that are captured in wastewater that we need to recover, and therefore we are embracing a
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Shall we start? Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Al-Atoui. I'm the Regulatory Affairs Lead at Neom Environment Team. It's my honor to be with you today here to share with you the vision of Neom and to showcase only a fraction of the great work we're doing at Neom. um, to develop and drive environmental and sustainability and livability in urban environments. I hope to inspire you all to get to know more about the work we do and to highlight how it aligns and support the global environmental goals. First, let's take a quick look at what Neom is for those of you who may not be aware of. These are our agenda today. We will take an overview of Neom and then innovations driving sustainability, and then assessment and biodiversity, decarbonization and sustainable construction, digital innovations, and finally the visionary leadership. I'll give an overview of Neom. Neom is a visionary project redefining urban sustainability located in the northwest of Saudi Arabia. Approximately, it's 26,500 kilometers square, and in the size actually, or about the size of Belgium. 95% of Neom is going to be preserved, and only 5% that's going to be developed, and that's the 5% that our team is focused on. Neom is ideally located at the crossroads of the world, where approximately 13% of the world trade flows just across by our shores in the Red Sea. And 40% of the world populations live within 6 hours of flight. Neom is being built from the ground up to include cognitive cities, nature reserve, and sustainable destination, such as the Line and Oxagon, Trojena, Sindala, and Magna. Neom is building an economy and society oriented to the future, serving as a model for the kingdom and the world. Neom is a fresh solution to the global challenges. Neom is a complex project aimed at revolutionizing how humanity can live and work in sustainable manner. It's being developed as a model of adaptation, an example of how humanity and nature thrive in a face of global challenges, including urban development, climate change, and environmental degradation. Neom also seeks to become a global hub of innovation that aims to being advancement to solve these challenges. Neom's environment mission is to enable the creation of the most livable city and sustainable region where humanity and nature thrive. Finding the balance between environmental protection, economic development, and social well-being is the heart of everything we do at Neom. Neom has a bold goal, and we are committed to make them a reality. For example, 100% renewable energy. Neom will run entirely on renewable energy. Zero carbon communities. Neom cities such as the Line will operate with a zero carbon emission, carbon footprint. Circular economy. Neom aims to be the international beacon for circularity, where one sector leakage actually becomes another's inputs. Protecting 95% of natural landscape. Neom is committed to preserving 95% of our region's natural environment. Sustainable water management. We will use renewable energy to power desalination plant, recycling wastewater, and implement advanced irrigation technologies. Global leader in green hydrogen. By investing in green hydrogen, we are contributing to a zero carbon economy that can be replicated globally. Biodiversity protection by restoring natural ecosystem as well. We'll start now with the assessment and biodiversity. Neom Environment Department, they undertook all the social and impact assessment, and we've covered more than 1,350 environmental impact assessment for various assets and master plan area supported by over 500 surveys, environmental surveys. We're currently undertaking regional environmental and social impact assessment. Actually, this is just, since Neom is having different regions, so instead of, after getting these environmental impact assessment, we had to look in these regions to do these regional impact assessment to look after the whole region and development from the strategic overview. We are also undertaking Neom-wide critical habitat assessment, leveraging machines learning to assess habitat quality over extensive area, distinguishing between modified and natural habitat to support biodiversity management in the alignment with the IFC Standard 6. Implementation of the mitigation hierarchy is applied to every stage of the Neom planning cycle, meaning impact to the biodiversity values, including critical habitat area, limited as far as possible, from design to construction. Actually, this is important consideration is essential to enable nature-positive outcomes, as halting and reserving biodiversity loss is a key principle. Decarbonization and sustainable construction. Neom is advancing its decarbonization action plan by reducing carbon emissions through a series of innovative construction decarbonization levers. Neom is reducing the embedded carbon in a concrete mix by using supplementary cementous materials like alkaline clay, volcano ashes, and silica foam, as well as low carbon cement. Contractor must actually achieve up to 37% carbon reduction by replacing Portland cement with the CSMs and using excavated or construction waste materials as aggregates, which actually reduce the product emission by 45% and transportation emission by 95%. Durability is an enhanced due to chemical composition of CSM in concrete mix. This solution actually provides lower carbon emission and better performance of concrete. Glass fiber reinforced polymer is actually a composite material made of polymer matrix reinforced with a glass fiber. Actually, the glass fiber reinforced polymer reduces the need for steel, lowering the carbon footprint and support KSA circular carbon economy. Actually, the benefits of this materials, chemical resistance does not corrode, and also quarter the weight of the steel, allows for easier building and transportation. Cost effective, 30% lower than steel, and life cycle due to having no maintenance requirement. Environmental sustainability, 75% less carbon emission compared to steel. Construction 3D printing is utilized actually for sustainable prefabricated elements across Neom project. Modern methods of construction, from 3D printing to advanced construction and techniques. Construction robotic and artificial intelligence are driving efficiency and productivity and carbon emission reduction of the project across Neom. Materials utilized for 3D printing can be reduced, recycled, or biodegraded, depending on their actually applications and features. An integrated approach using advanced technologies and data-driven solutions at construction site, deploying digital devices, sensor and analytics to enhance equipment efficiency and performance. Supervised autonomous technology allow actually the operator to manage several automated pieces of equipment from a control station, significantly boosting the productivity and lowering 40% productivity will increase, and also 20% of the CO2 reduction. Neom project demonstrates sustainability by reusing excavated materials from construction sites as concrete aggregate, thereby reducing waste and lowering the environment carbon footprint of construction. Digital innovations. To drive actually environment and sustainability performance in any organization, especially one the size of Neom, and also the complex of this project, data is actually essential. Access to the correct data and the correct level and the correct time, actually helping us to make the right decision at the right time to safeguard the environment and improve Neom sustainability performance. Our digital innovation efforts are a key component to revolutionizing the collection, processing, analysis, and access to their essential information. We have some key areas of focus on digital innovations and the developing tools and systems that will work together. Actually, this system includes 19 drones, allow us to have estimated 70% increase in compliance inspection efficiency, and significantly increase the visibility of Neom compliance challenges across actually the largest construction sites. Graphic information system, GIS, actually is not new. It's been used for a long time. However, we are using it to geospatially represent our environmental data. In addition, using some of the more advanced features for both collecting data and communicating data for more effectively across the organization. This data is essential actually in driving the right decisions at the planning stage of new developments. Generative AI Everyone heard of ChatGPT. We were actually quick to look for truly powerful business application of the cutting edge technology. We start building a custom generative AI agent that absorbed actually 219 issues with over 100,000 pages of text, actually helping our team to take all of these issues in one system. So that's and instead of spending like hours to review 1,000 pages, you can just look at look into this agent and look into the information. Within second, you can get the information you're looking for. Each actually of the system that we have presented groundbreaking and important on their own. However, the real value actually comes from joining all the information together through a common data and AI platform. And that's actually what our team now is doing. Our common data platform allows to take all the data above and even more by ingesting any data source. Once all this comes together as a single data ontology, then the true magic actually happens. This actually allows us to analyze everything using AI and provide insight on the fly and ability to interact with all the data through generative AI, as if you were like talking to your colleague. These systems will allow us to increase efficiency of the environment management, providing our own team expert with the right information at the right time. Only through these efficiency gains, we at Neom and humanity in general actually have a chance of significantly improving environmental performance and sustainability. Visionary leadership. The land of the future where the greatest mind and best talents are empowered to embody pioneering ideas and exceed boundaries in a world inspired by imagination. Neom actually has a bold, ambitious vision, and this is our vision, actually, our vision statement gives us a license to think beyond boundaries and in an initiative way, actually. Neom approach to environment sustainability demonstrates the feasibility of ambitious sustainability goals, and also we are proud that our visionary leadership is transforming challenges into opportunity. Actually, this is the end of our presentation. I would like to invite you all. We're in zone 4. Our stand is there. Our colleagues from environment, nature, energy, and water. And we welcome you all to come and visit and just ask whatever question you have in mind. Thank you. Thank you all.